right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. All right. So let's make sure it's going. Looks like we're going. All right. Hello, everyone. So we're gonna continue today. I was kind of thinking of what I could be doing. Um, what I could be doing today, and I figured let's do some more Guild Wars 2. I'm really trying to like get more into Guild Wars 2 content, and I think that this is like something unique that not everyone is doing, and I'm thinking like, you know, we talked about other games that I want to stream and stuff, but like right now, if I'm doing something, like if I'm the first few streams of the week that I'm doing, I do want to focus on Guild Wars content, right? So if I'm streaming like 3-4 times a week, I could take one of those streams and do something else with it. But like right now I'm thinking like let's do Guild Wars content. Let's hang out in Guild Wars and try to like focus on that, you know? So that's what I'm thinking. I hope you guys are doing good. I kind of relaxed today. I didn't do too much. I wanted to work a little bit on I wanted to work a little bit on like writing and stuff. I didn't do that though. I opened it and I kind of like I don't know if I would call it like writer's blog, but I did have it where I just looked at it and I was like, I wrote like 3 words and then I kind of was just like, okay, I'm gonna do something else. So I didn't get a lot done. It was just kind of like, you know, it's the day after my work week and I kind of wanted to relax. I did a little bit of cleaning, but other than that, I didn't do much. So, but yeah, hopefully I can get, oh God, again, we had this happen last time, didn't we? I think we did. I want to say we did. So this is dangerous. I gotta be careful here because this is when things become really, really tough. Maybe I can have them focus. Yeah, there we go. The problem with these brackish scales is that they heal way too much. They heal up way too much. Oh no, stop it. Don't attack me. Like, look at that, like, regeneration doing all the work right now. Oh, okay. Caltrops everywhere. Hey, it's going good. I think I'm getting to the point where I have, like... I think I have a good setup going with it. I think the most important part now is to really find out a good route to go through the game. And then it just gets into the timing of it, right? So like how quick I can do it, you know? So I just kind of want to do the first run, like if this is the setup, I want to do the run to level 80 and I want to see and then I'm going to do a setup and see how fast I can do it, and from there we can kind of deviate and find out. I mean, technically, if this becomes a thing, there could be, by the end of it, there could be something like 45 different categories of this, with every level and race combination out there, you know? So, why do I have a mail? Oh, is that my daily? Yeah. And this is my login. So how are you, Emily? Oh God. Yeah.
They aren't so tough.
I don't want anything to do with that. That isn't executor, and I don't want to deal with that. Well, I'm doing okay. You know, I'm doing okay.
Let's take a break. My feet are killing me. Did you see that?
Oh, there's the music.
You must like pain.
Jesus, and it's so loud too. Or it's the execution. Is that what I said? I said the executor. The executioner. Yeah. You're okay? Well, I mean, I don't know. I just, you know, the struggle is real. But life is life, you know. I'm not gonna sit here and say, like, you know, whatever. Life is just really tough right now, but, you know, there's not much I can do about it. That is a great song. That is from season 1 of The Living World.
You must like pain.
Alright. I kind of want to just do this event because I want the experience from it, but I'm kind of scared that there's so many enemies. See, that's the problem with so many enemies in first person. I don't know who's attacking me when, and that becomes an issue. An issue. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, trying to make things work, you know? That's just how it is. Hopefully things will be looking up at some point. They haven't done anything with basilisks. It would be really cool to have like an actual like basilisk boss or something like that out in the world. That'd be kind of cool. What is
Seems like every
What is that
time we take this
outfit?
route, something bad happens. At least it was only bandits.
I don't know. Alright, we got a shiny bauble for that. Yay. Alright, we're moving on. Let's see here. So we want to get experience points.
What are we gonna do with this one?
We're still only level 15, so I'm gonna go to this area right here. I think that'll be cool. I'm excited to see what's going on with Guild Wars 2 this week, because they don't have anything planned, right? All the elite specializations have been revealed. All of the, you know, and next week will be the beta. I will be streaming on Wednesday for sure, because that's the start of the beta. So next Wednesday, 100%, we're going to be doing the beta, and I'm going to be looking at the different elite specializations and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to get all of them done then, but we'll see. I see there's an ad going on right now. How does this work again? Damage against low foes, it does double the damage. Oh, and it does double the bleeding. So he does 6 bleeding, that's so much. Sword is actually a genuinely good weapon on warrior, if you're doing Condi damage. Why am I here? But yeah, I'm excited. I know a lot of people have been talking about the elite specializations and stuff, but I'm ready to like talk about something else. You know, I know that is a huge part of the expansion, but it's only one part of the expansion, right? Like I know, and you know, I've made the argument that like I think it's a very important part of the expansion, because that is the way that we I need to go to that escort down there, I think. You know, that's the way that we interact with the game, and that's the one thing that can change the way that we play, like even on other maps, right? It's the one aspect of an expansion or whatever that affects a lot of different other aspects of the game, right? And so I think the elite specialization is very important. It's very important also to give feedback and stuff, but I've given a lot of feedback on them. We've talked about them. I kind of gave a summary like last stream, which was on what was it, Saturday night? Was it Friday night, Saturday? Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh, wow, that was genuinely so close. The sharpshooter is what scares me.
Your victory will be short-lived.
Oh my god, that was scary. It doesn't matter. Why am I even picking? So the elite specializations are very important, but the other parts are important as well because the other parts deal with our enjoyment of the game, right? Like how we enjoy the game, what the you know, the expansion specifically, right? This is all expansion stuff, but it's also like, the skimmer could have some impact on certain things. The skimmer masteries, the new homestead could be something for a lot of people that could make a lot of things feel very genuinely really good. Like certain people could feel really good about it because a lot of people like that, right? A lot of people liked the housing and making of their little house and their little, the creative things. I mean, there was one picture already, like, speaking of today, shared on the Discord about like making a chessboard, which was really cool. I really love that idea of like making a giant chessboard. It was cool, and I'm like, okay, like those are important parts too. I know everyone's hung up on the elite specializations, but the other parts are very important as well. Of course, for me, the story is important, the lore is important, the location is important, the maps are important, the PvE content is important. But I think there's a lot of cool stuff that can come from this. I'm gonna get the Vista. I don't want to do the problem is I don't want to do the escort because it's all these, like, look, there's all these, there's like what, 3 in a step 2? Is that 2 or 3 there? It's kind of scary when you're dealing with enemies that can kill you in 2 attacks. It's really interesting how playing this has kind of become the Dark Souls of Guild Wars. Like, it genuinely feels that way. So for those of you that don't play Dark Souls, like one of the big things in like Dark Souls and like any of the Souls-like games that, are, structured like it, vitality, health or whatever it's called, is a very important part, because the more health you have, the more single attacks from bosses and stuff you can survive. Meaning that instead of dying to 1 attack, you now have two. It takes 2 attacks to kill you, right? Like if you get your health high enough. And that's kind of how this feels. Like I feel like I could die in like 2 attacks, but there's no way for me to increase my health. So it's becoming kind of this weird, my health is increasing on its own, but just by leveling up. So, and that's the only control that I really have over this, is like leveling up. I mean, I probably get like a lot of experience from killing this guy, and this doesn't do a lot of damage. Like, how much did I get from this? It didn't even show me, but that was a pretty decent chunk. Hey, how are you? This should finish the heart. Oh, I'm 10 to, okay, so that finishes the heart. We're still only we're 17 now, so we have leveled up quite a bit. Yeah, there's 3 Arathi in there. So it was really cool to see that last stream we had someone come in that was also doing a challenge run. I've had this happen a few times where people have done it.
We must all do our part.
And it was interesting to see like their iteration of a challenge run, which was kind of a different approach to the whole thing. And was much harder to execute because of the circumstances, not necessarily the difficulty, but the circumstances. Looking really handsome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I did nothing with my hair. I just took a shower and I threw on a shirt and pants. But I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very nice. I'm doing okay. My day was okay. I'm doing okay. That's pretty much it. How are you doing? My day was very uneventful, I will say. I didn't really do anything today. Is this an event? Oh. Oh god, no. I'm not doing that. Oh god, this is scary. I didn't really do it. Yeah, I mean, it's usually my Monday is like my my easy day, my like taking it easy, because it's my first day off, so I like to just kind of relax on the first day off. I did do some cleaning, I vacuumed and stuff like that, but I didn't do much beside that. So hopefully after the stream tonight, I'll be able to maybe sit down and do a little bit of writing, and I want to do some I don't know, just writing, I guess. I need to do some writing for videos. I haven't done any. I don't have anything written ready to like, because I was gonna say like, oh yeah, edit some videos, but I don't have anything to edit right now. I have none of my scripts are done. I started 3 scripts. I have 3 different scripts that I'm doing right now. One is a short, and 2 are genuine videos. But I need to kind of work on those. I have one that I don't know how people feel about it, but I'm very, very excited about releasing it because it is something that I've talked about for so many years now. And I'm finally putting it on paper. Like, I'm finally putting the actual theory that I've had into an actual video. And that feels really good. It feels really, really good. Finally sitting down and saying, okay, I'm taking the time to make a video on this. And it's interesting because the theory itself has kind of led to another second theory that I have that I might make a video on. It was originally supposed to be part of the video that I was making, but then I realized that it just seems to be like not really the same subject matter. It's kind of a little different, and it's a little it's like a different subject kind of that I'm talking about. So I had to separate part of that script to another script, just kind of the paragraph, the branch that I was writing about that script. I kind of cut that out and put that into another text file, and I was like, okay, well, that's going to be part of a new theory at some point that I may be making and stuff. So I'm doing that. I have my vacation till October. Wow, nice. That's a long time to have vacation. I haven't had a vacation in 11 years, so I don't know what a vacation is anymore. No, see, the sharpshooters and the bow wielding ones are genuinely the toughest of the centaurs. Okay, that should be enough to kill him, and that should be enough to kill him. Jeez. Okay. Oh my god, I'm scared. The archers are not good. Okay, I'm gonna go get that vista. But it's really cool because the thing is, on my theory is there's never been anything concrete about it. There's never been anything that, and you guys know how my theories are, right? When I make theories, I try to sit down and I try to be very, I try to find as much evidence as I can to support my theory. And I hate having a theory that doesn't have a lot of evidence to it, right? Like, to me, if you have a theory that doesn't have, you know, I always tell people, like, when they come into stream or they say something, I always say, well, defend that statement, right? They'll say something. They'll say, like, you know, whatever, right? And I'll be like, okay, well, you have this as your opinion, like, defend this statement, right? So I'm always like, okay, I have this theory, and I have to do the same thing to myself, right? I have to tell myself, okay, well, I have to defend that theory, right? How do I defend that theory? And it's so weird because the more I write about it and the more of the evidence that I look at, the more it becomes really actually apparent in a way. where I'm actually like, man, this could actually be really true, because there's a lot of really, it's weird because there's a lot of infinite evidence for it, but none of it is really connected to each other. It's all these, and that's what has always held me back from writing it out in a large, like, you know, make a video on it, like write it out in a long script and stuff, because I'm always like, okay, well, I have all these isolated, because my idea is always, how do I connect the different points together, right? And it's really hard for me to do that because all these different points of evidence that I have are all isolated from each other, but they all point towards the same thing. So they're not like connected to each other, but they all share, like they all show evidence to this theory. They could all be supporting pillars to this theory that I have. So it's really weird. I've never done a theory like that, and I've never written a video, but the evidence is just becoming so much. Like there's so much evidence to it now that I'm like, I can't believe that no one has like talked about this yet. Like it's one of those things where it's almost like, am I going crazy because I see this in front of me and I see all the evidence that's been displayed over the years, but I don't see anyone talking about it. It's really strange. Yeah, in Polish, unis vacations usually start in June and end in October. Remove it. In unis, vacations usually, okay. I'm sleepy. Sorry. Because I mean, it doesn't have any evidence to back it up. It's a hypothesis, not a theory. The world feel different. It does feel different. It's a very different feel. It's kind of scary. It makes everything feel a little different for sure when you're doing it first. I guess it's a hypothesis, not a theory. But even like, don't hypotheses have supporting evidence still? Like, I feel like there's hypotheses out there that have some kind of supporting evidence to it, right? And it's weird because I call it evidence, but it's not necessarily evidence. It's, what's the word for it? It's like, it's like, if this is true, then this is a hint towards this. What do you call that? Like, if theory A is true, then this evidence that I have shows this. But it doesn't really necessarily, like, the evidence necessarily doesn't point towards that. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's so weird. And I'm having a really good time writing, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that are like, well, you know, I want whatever drugs the Raleigh's taking. I feel like it's going to be something like that. Like, I feel like there's going to be people that are genuinely going to be like, I think you're reading into all of this too much. But it's so weird because it kind of, in a weird way, all connects with each other. It's really interesting. So, I'm having a good time writing it. I don't know when it's going to get done. I have no clue. Because it's also very hard to write the script because I don't... Oh, my inventory is full. Let's change. Oh my god, I have so much crap in here. Yeah, but it's not even... Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, I don't think it's really a hypothesis. Because I feel like there are certain things that really... There are certain things that do genuinely fit into it. And that do count as evidence. And then there are certain things that are like... Based off of certain... Like, if we take this, then this is true. Like, if we take this as true, then it makes the other thing true. Like, it's weird. You guys will see it. I don't know. I'm sitting here over explaining it when it doesn't really make sense to a lot of people, probably whatever it is that I'm saying. So, but yeah, I think it's gonna be really good. I think people are gonna like it. And I tell you what, if my theory is true, it could change the entirety of Guild Wars. Like, it could change Guild Wars at its core. Like, that's how big of a... Are you attacking me, really? I thought you were gonna just keep going to where you're going. But it's fine, I'll fight you. I don't care. Me. Ugh. Die. Okay.
I came here seeking.
Well, we have. Okay, so I have bullshit then for you guys. I don't know. There is genuinely things that do kind of make sense in that theory that I have, where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And the crazy part about it as well is that the theory, I had originally the theory based off of one thing, and then it kind of, you know, I kind of kept it in the back of my mind, and I had talked about it a little bit. And as time went on, as more content came out, ArenaNet kind of dropped more and more things that connected to the theory that I had. And the reason why I'm now writing out this theory and I'm making a video about it is because of what happened way early on in Janthia Wilds. There is a specific piece of dialogue from Iskarin that actually made me go, what? And it genuinely makes the whole thing feel viable and like actually something that could be true. And I was like, whoa, okay. Like that was like the final thing that I needed to really like be able to make a proper theory on it, I guess. So I have a suspicion. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if it's based on your observations and it's a hypothesis. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever word you want to slap on it, I genuinely don't know. So, but, ooh, I can do this, right? Yeah, I gotta go to the mayor. Health? No. Can you give me a thing? Sickened villagers. Give me those supplies. Alright, I have some supplies. Am I carrying them? I am. Is this a backpack that's available in game? I would like that as a backpack in game. Heal? What can I do with this? Can I do anything with this? Alright, I'm gonna go around healing the, Oh, there's a villager. It's getting very dangerous, but if I'm careful, I can still make this work. I thought about it as well today with this whole challenge thing. So I have to avoid underwater because I can't use the sword underwater. And I feel like underwater is so dangerous because there's another, like, there's the Z-axis of where I can't, you know, I might not be able to tell where someone is attacking me from, especially if I'm in first person. So I want to genuinely avoid underwater stuff to level. So I'm also thinking about the route that I'm taking. And I don't know what the best route is because I'm Kessex Hills, right? The next part would be Gandharan Fields and then moving down here. But there's so much underwater content here that I'm thinking it might be smarter to go into Divinity's Reach and go to Fields of Ruin and journey across this way. And like level up this way where there's not a lot of underwater content. Like there's a lot of areas that I can avoid that have water. I mean, there's a lot there, but I don't know. I'll have to see. The thing is, I get more options in this part, right? I get a lot of options in this part because, you know, like actually starting here, like I don't want to go up here because then I'm kind of stuck here and then I have to like journey down here. But if I go here and I'm level 35, I can be in this area up to level 40. And then at level 40, I can go in here. And then in between 40 and 50, I can go here. Like if I'm 45 plus, I can go here. I can kind of like zigzag around. It kind of gives me some options of moving around. And then going down here. This is going to be the hardest part. If you know, and I think that's the route that I'm taking, but as I'm going down here, this is going to be the hardest part because some of those Ryzen hit really hard, and I'm genuinely scared that I will die to one-hit attacks, and that's gonna be very scary. That means that you have to dodge every single attack, otherwise you're gonna just die. And that's not good. But yeah, so this week we're gonna do. I want to do some Guild Wars 1 as well. Toxic material. Is there anything I can do? Toxic sludge. Clear flames. How about cut down number 6? Okay, how do I do that though? Oh, do I collect like a water bucket or something? Is that what it is? What's in this house? Hello. I was kind of curious earlier. Anything cool in here? No. So just so you guys know, you know how like Draethor, last stream we had Draethor, interesting. That map feels strange to me. But we had Draethor who was casting something, and he had like the letters that were like around him. I sat there. It was the craziest thing. No one ever does that. No one is ever in that corner. Like, genuinely, no one goes into this corner of the map, okay? So I sat there for about an hour. Was it yesterday? Last night? I want to say it was last night. I sat for about an hour waiting on this event to trigger. And for whatever reason, there was like literally 10 people standing in this area with me. No one ever goes in this. No one goes on this road. Why are people on this road? So the merchants come over here. Draethor spawns, and immediately all the things get killed. And he does cast something, but I don't see any letters. So I'm like, okay. And the event is over, and then all the people disperse. I'm like, why is there so many? And these were all like new people and stuff. Like, I'm like, why are they all in that corner? Did they see me standing in the corner and they were like, oh, something's happening in that corner, I gotta stand over there? I was genuinely like, oh my god, I'm just trying to record for a video, and I couldn't. I was like, this is not helping. Nothing against new people. Obviously, they can play the game and they can do whatever they want, but it was a little frustrating because I stood there and I was like, what? Why is there all these people? Whenever I've leveled a character, even when I first started playing Guild Wars 2, I never stood up on this road. I went in here, and I did this event down here and stuff, and then I went down here and did all that. But I was never up on this road. I never stood up on this road unless I needed to go to Gandharan Fields. It was really weird. Didn't know Guild Wars. Yeah, I like first person. I know a lot of people. I think a lot of people get kind of like motion sickness from it and stuff. And I will recommend one thing for sure if you are playing in first person, to turn off, if you have it on all the time, camera shake. Because camera shake in first person will give you motion sickness. It's really bad. So if you are planning on doing that, I would turn off camera shake, because I genuinely, it made me, the first time I did this, it was like, oh no, this is not happening. Like, I'm getting sick right now. But yeah, it's fun. It's a different way of approaching the game. And that's a little bit of difficulty. It does feel a little bit like Elder Scrolls, right? It feels like more of the old timey like RPGs kind of. It's fun. It's a different way, right? Like that's the whole idea of the challenge run, is that I'm trying to find a way of revitalizing the core game, right? And finding different ways of playing it and making it interesting, right? And making it something that you can casually do, hanging out, and just, you're like, man, I don't know what I want to do, or I've achieved everything and, you know, whatever, but I don't want to stop playing. You just go in and you do this, and it works. It's good. So we have these up here. Let's see, Etna at level 20. That's scary. Not sure why, but I love the corner. This corner right here, hanging out. It feels very detailed, doesn't it? I think that's why this area I like, because it has a lot of details, right? It has people walking around. It has like all these little things that are placed everywhere. You know, you have the crabs in the basket, and You know, you have little houses that you can go into, like the house we went into earlier. I like the little details. I like area that have details in them that you can kind of explore and see, and it feels lived in. It feels like an actual living, breathing world, you know, rather than just having like random houses and there's no people. Like there's actual villagers hanging out. Not that they're doing anything, they're just standing in front of the houses, but it feels like they're genuinely there, right? No, the one you're talking about. Oh, really? You like that corner over here? It is a nice corner. It feels really. There's something about this whole corner. I do like something about this whole corner. I like the little like ruins in the middle. There's something about that feels kind of. It has this feeling of like this faraway place that like not a lot of people visit, right? And there's like just I don't know. It has like this feeling that I get when I watch like any of the like Miyazaki movies, like Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke, like how those areas invoke this feeling, this like I don't know. I can't like. There's this weird feeling that it invokes in me, and I get that same feeling when I'm in this corner of the map. So it's not a bad corner of the map, but I just, for the sake of recording a video, I got so frustrated. I tell you guys, kind of feels like Skyrim just need random NPCs judging you. Yeah, I guess, right? It would be cool to have more genuine interactions with. Should I go down there? Should I go down here? I don't know what the best way to go is. Up here feels dangerous because there's a lot of toxic, and I'm trying to avoid the toxic thing. Kind of scares me a little bit. I might just go to the far corner that we were just talking about. The water and the cliffs, the bridge that goes over the water. Yeah, there's something. It feels like a really cool set piece. Right, like a cool fantasy set piece, like something you would find if you were to venture out into this forgotten land, right? And you would kind of go there, and you'd be like, "Man, that's what did I watch the other day?" Where it was like, "Oh, I was watching like Star Wars. I was watching what's it called, the Acolyte. I hadn't watched it. I know a lot of people were kind of there was a lot of like controversy about it, but." I enjoyed it. I'm a fan of Star Wars. I like anything Star Wars. I'm a fan of it. I do realize that certain things are better than others. But yeah, I watched through that and then Skeleton Crew. Yeah, and I like what they do. That it's the same feeling that I get there, right? They have like these really cool set pieces, like the different planets and stuff. Have these like really interesting biomes and settings and stuff, like when they're on the planet where the Wookiee is with the forest and stuff. They keep looking at the forest. I'm like, man, that's so cool, because it just makes you want to go into that forest and explore. Obviously that's dangerous to do because I'm sure there's something that'll eat me around every corner, but you know, it's just, I don't know, it kind of it awakens this adventurer's spirit in me. Am I feeling good today? Define what you mean by that. Am I not sounding good today? Am I stumbling over my words? Is that what it is? Is my brain scrambled today? Just so you guys know, I am genuinely like, see, this is what I mean. Just to change the subject. But you come here and you see these like ruins and stuff, and it's super cool. I'm like, man, okay. You know, I like it. The little bridge that goes over the water, we talked about that. I love the little trees. So the moss coming down feels very much like home. So where I am, this happens all the time. You know, I have this moss hanging from all of the trees around my house. So that is genuinely really cool. No, I'm asking because I wasn't here from the start. Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I've been kind of struggling in a lot of different ways, but that's life, right? And yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and complain about it, but Yeah, life has just been tough a little, you know, just a tad, just a little tad. Yeah, but this is the corner that I was at. So I was standing up here, like actually right here. I was standing right here, and I was waiting because the merchants come through here, and then Drathor spawns right here in that corner. Guys, really, I don't like you guys. Get out of here. Go away. So he spawns here, and there was like 5 people right here, and they were all attacking him, and within like 3 seconds he was dead. And I was like, oh my god. Like, what in the hell is happening? Yeah, Florida does have that moss a lot. Yes, I do have a lot of it. I just did my yard yesterday. No, last week. See, my brain is like all over. Last week I was doing the yard and my yard, and I have this like really cool, like, I don't know what it is. It's some kind of like bush that flowers, like has these big beautiful red flowers that come out, and it has like all this moss on it. I'm like, even the bushes have like this moss hanging down from it. It's crazy. But yeah, we have that stuff everywhere. There's a lot of it. You know, maybe some forbidden sentences left your mouth before. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that? Oh, I need to go in here technically. Oh yeah, you clear that out for me. Did you guys know that that drill right there is called Pathfinder? It's Drathor's drill, and it's called Pathfinder. I just want you guys to know that. Could be a did you know fact, but... Not that I need the skill points, but I do need the experience points, so I'll take those. I'll take those. You know exactly what I mean. I do not know what you mean. I don't even know how we got on the subject. What forbidden sentences? Because I'm feeling okay. I don't know. Are there other machines named like that? I don't think so. Not that I know. So as far as I know, that Drathor names it. Drathor is a very interesting character, and I kind of wish that they had like explored him more. That he was like maybe a meta boss, right? We don't have a meta event on this map, right? We have the event over here with the centaurs. My brain is not working today. Genuinely, I'm trying really hard and it's not working. So like we have that whole event, and it ends with like us killing the commander, the champion centaur at the bottom. But I really wish they would have done something with Drathor, because he's such a cool character, because he speaks in the he uses the like royal we, but I don't know if it's like actually like if he thinks there's I have a feeling that because he talks about he's not alone in his dialogue. He's like, I'm not alone, because they're like, who's he the people that he's attacking, they're like, why is he talking like that? Why is he saying we? There's no one else. And he's like, I'm not alone, right? And then he talks about, ooh, Pathfinder can't wait to drill a hole in you, or something like that, right? And he talks about the drill called Pathfinder. And he's like, genuinely, like, he could have been a really cool character, because he's so different from the other centaurs, right? He's an isolated centaur. He only... he's by himself, and he's also like a necromancer, right? And he does these experiments and stuff, very not centaur like. And we just talked about it the other day. I think one of the cool things that I like about the different races is the ones that defy what their races are like, kind of making the race feel like an actual race. Because when you look at humans, not every human is alike, talking about real life, you know, not we are all different kind in our own way. We all have different things that we like to do and different whatever, right? So we were talking about Efoot, who is the Vigil liaison in the Pact early on during the personal story, and I love that, right? Because she's so not an Asura, right? She's talking about like, oh, I don't care about all the calculations and the whatever things you have going on, all the, you know, doohickeys that you're using and stuff. Like, I just want to bash in some Ryzen. And that's so cool to me because that's not how Asura are, right? And so this is what Draethor is to the Centaurs, right? He's not about the war, and he's not about like attacking and even using like earth powers, like, you know, their leaders are like these earth shamans or whatever, and they use the, you know, the earthen hands come out and stuff. They have a lot of that going on. He's not like that, right? He uses necromantic powers, and he's like an isolist, and he's very different. You know, he speaks in a different way, and it's really cool. All right, I'm gonna see if I can do this. This guy's genuinely really strong. I just need to make sure that I'm... Oh god, okay. I didn't have a dodge ready. Ooh, dodge through him. It's very, very Souls-like of me to dodge through him. Oh, did I not dodge that? Oh god, I'm gonna die. I need to go. Bye! Oh, the grub was attacking me. I'm like, why was I on fire? I can't... I don't know if I can do this, you guys. I don't want to die. Oh, die please. Oh my god, that was so close. Isn't his name Draethor the Drill? What a name. Yes, that is his name. Draethor the Drill. There's an ad. Good streams where you were saying something about yourself and I told you not to say that. Oh! Oh, I'm stupid? Was that the one? I say a lot of things about myself. Degrading things about myself. I'm ugly, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I'm unlikable. You know, pick a day and I have like whatever insult. It's like, oh, it's a Monday again. Today I'm stupid. Okay, these guys aren't that big of a challenge. I see you in there. It's a quote I say all the time. People never know what I'm talking about. But Gort, the guy outside, the giant that's outside, he always says, I see you in there, you lousy Etten or something. Yeah, lousy. He says, lousy Etten, I see you in there. I always say that all the time. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, it's fine. Don't, it's fine. My brain is not filled with knowledge. My brain is filled with random Guild Wars 2 facts, okay? That's all I can tell you. It's genuinely scary. And I've used genuine as the day of the day. The day of the day. The word of the day. Because my brain doesn't work and I can't think of different words. So today we're just using that word. Get out of here. Oh. Lousy Etten, I see you in there. I always say that to like things when there's like something somewhere. Like something is stuck inside somewhere. I'm always like, I see you in there. Come out. Yeah, don't quote me on that, but as far as I know, today is the day. Today is the day of the day. Today is the day of the day. As you guys can see, my brain is not working. It doesn't work a lot of the times, but today it's not working at all. I don't know why. Sometimes my brain just turns off. And it's just like, I'm taking a vacation. Goodbye. And it like comes out of my nose. Just comes right out. I genuinely think that I have like early onset dementia at 33. No, not dementia. What? Like, maybe not Alzheimer's, but like I have genuinely like issues with thinking. It's called being dumb, I know. It's called being dumb, Morali. You can just say it. Shut up, Gord. You can come inside now. Might actually use that sometime. Today's the day of the day. If you didn't know that. Let everyone know. Stress causes a lot of brain fog. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, it might be stress. Could be. I mean, life has been stressful, so maybe that's what it is. What was it the other day where it was like, man, I must be stressed. There was something where I was like, oh my god, I can't remember. There was something. See, that's another thing. I can't. My memory is so shot. I can't remember anything anymore. It's so scary. It's really scary sometimes, you guys. It's genuinely really scary how I go through my day sometimes and I will forget huge chunks of my day where I was like, what did I do at that point in time? I don't remember. And then I have to like run through the whole day and be like, oh yeah, okay, that's when I did this. Like, it's really scary sometimes how I forget things so much. It's so bad. So bad. Unfortunately, I'm a constant brain fog. Yeah, me too. Me too. Look, guys. It's a floating tower. Oh my god, what could it mean? That's weird. I wonder if anything ever happens with that tower. Why is there a terrified villager here? Hello? Why are you terrified? That's strange. That seems really weird. Oh my god.
This place is fantastic.
Brain.
We should get elementals to help out in our city.
You work hard.
Oh my god, Brain, I see you in there. I know you're in there. You didn't go on vacation. Like, I rattle it around. It's like ding 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 ding. Like, I know you're in there. Ah, that's really funny.
Step up, workers.
Step up.
You need to learn how to
I'm not a
handle
worker,
this
but I'll
element.
step
We
up.
have a taker.
Putting on a show.
Those of you on the sidelines pay
Like my
attention.
privacy.
Maybe you'll learn something.
Divinity's reach, maybe. Might join the carnival.
Hear
there.
about the body snatching?
No
Where?
Somewhere west of the canyon.
Thank goodness for the wizard. He keeps us safe.
Marshmallows?
Thank god, this guy is tough.
Nobody brought marshmallows?
God.
Hey, look at that.
Well, I think that my memory loss, so stress is part of it too, I think. And I think the stress is what causes my like immediate memory loss. But one of the reasons why I can't retain any memories is because of my depression. I've had depression for a very, very long time now, and I've never had to treat it. Like, I've never seen a therapist. I've never taken... I had to escape. Like, I wasn't going to survive that. Get out of here, Merkessa. I've never seen anyone for it. It's something that I've dealt with for a long time. I've never taken medicine for it. I've never done any of that stuff. And it's completely over better part of, like,
Hey,
what,
check this
18 years now that I've had it, I want to say, it's just destroyed my memory. Like, I cannot retain any memories. It's really, really bad. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. Well, it is what it is, you know. I'm not gonna sit here and cry about it again. I don't know. You kind of start. I'm going around. I'm not going through there. I'm going around. You start learning to live with it, in a way. It's not good. I will never say it's good, and I would encourage everyone that deals with the same kind of thing to go seek whatever help you can. Like, seeing a shrink is not a bad thing. like seeing someone to talk about your problems and kind of figuring that stuff out is not a bad thing, and no one should be scared. Oh my god, there's just way too many. Why are there so many? Everyone go away. So I encourage everyone to, like, you know, go do the things, but I just have never had, I've never had the privilege, because it is a privilege, right? It's not a right, it's not a it's a privilege, but I've never had the privilege of being able to take care of it in any capacity. So which is whatever, you know. You don't like bears? I love bears. No, I don't love bears. I mean, I don't know. Bears are scary. They're big and scary, and they're cute from afar. Love them, but they're cute from afar. But I don't know if I'd want to be around bears. So that's an event. That's a scary, dangerous event, though. Please don't finish that event without me. I can jump in. Oh god, I do like no damage to this thing. Hold on, let me read. That's a long message. Hold on, let me get out of here. Ooh, another shiny bauble. You and I are in the same boat. Been having depression for over a decade and never seek help. I don't want to take medicine. Things that help with me is number 1, being out in the sunlight, number 2, handling all responsibility work stuff, keep friends close. See, and that's the thing, is like, maybe going outside is nice. The problem is that, you know, living in Florida, it's really hard to go outside here because it's just so hot. It's so hot and humid, and it's really like, I just hate it. Like, it's just it's so oppressive when you go outside, because it's just, the sun beams down on you, you're just sweating immediately, and you're just miserable, right? Unless that's how you like to be, right? So it's just one of the reasons why I don't really leave my house ever. I've been trying to do more outdoorsy stuff, but I haven't done any effort. Like, I would like to, but I haven't done any effort towards going that route. I procrastinate a lot. You know, it's weird because I used to be in that same boat of procrastinating. Like, growing up, I was such a procrastinator on everything. If I didn't need to do it today, I wasn't gonna do it. And only in the last, I want to say in the last few years, like going into my 30s, that has changed. That has changed, not all the way. Like, I'm not the type of person to get everything done immediately, right then and there. But I have been more like, okay, let me just do it, right? Like today, for example, like I got up and I dusted the house, and just actually the living room. I dusted the living room and I vacuumed. Like, I would have never done this unless it gets to the point where I'm like, I really need to do it. But I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do it, right? Like, I've been getting a little bit more into that now over the last couple years, where I feel more inclined to just doing something, rather than sitting there and being like, no, I need to play video games all the time. Okay, I don't know. I felt like this. But yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of, you know, I get episodes of my depression. So, like, my depression will come and go. And it's, you know, usually it's weird. My depression, I think depression is one of those things. Jesus, these things are so it's a veteran, that's why. Get out of here. Jesus, you're so freaking tough. My god. I think depression is one of those things that it manifests differently for people. Why is this also a veteran? Wait, was there another veteran crap? Wait, what? Oh, did they kill that veteran crab? Was that still my target? I was like, what is going on? It manifests differently, because there's people that I know that get depressed that stop eating, and they stop talking, and they shut themselves in their room, right? Then there are people that get depressed and they just want to do like one specific thing, right? They want to just watch TV. they just want to watch TV, or they just want to play video games or something. And that's the kind of person that I was. I was always like, when I'm depressed, I just want to play video games because it takes me out of my own head and I don't think about it anymore. If I'm playing a game for 10 minutes, I've now forgotten for 5 minutes about what is going on, right? I might think about it at first, but then if I'm genuinely going into it, and Guild Wars 2 has been a big part of that as well, kind of as a coping mechanism, where I use it when I'm depressed to kind of just play that. Some people stop eating. I start eating. When I get depressed, I just want to eat all the time. I just want to sit there and I consume. I kid you guys not. I will consume like probably 4,000 calories in a day. Like it gets scary because the next day when I feel better, or a couple days after when I feel better, I just sit there and I'm like, oh my god, I have to not eat anything today because I'm literally within one day I've put on 5 pounds. It's scary. I like on the coast in Massachusetts. So is that Massachusetts? MS. So I would agree with humidity. It definitely helps to take at least 10 minutes to sit out in the sun. I just cook and clean all day or something. Yeah, Florida outside of 2 weeks in winter is nearly unmanageable. It's really bad out here, you guys. Like it gets, and especially now, like we have heat waves going through that are insane. Right now, it is 9:30 at night and it's 84 degrees out. Okay, and so tomorrow, it's supposed to go up to midday. We're talking about noon to 4 p.m. is going to be 94 degrees out. And at 4 o'clock, and I'm looking at the weather right now, at 4 o'clock, it's supposed to start raining, thunderstorming for about 5 hours or so, meaning that it's going to get really humid and really hot. It's going to cool it down into the 80s, but it's going to be very, very humid out. And even right now there is, right now we have thunderstorms coming in. So I heard a little grumble earlier, but, degrees feels like 102. And that's the thing, right? It's like, it's 94, but the feel with the humidity and how another thing that people don't realize is it's 94, but it's also because we're closer to the equator, the sun like is so much more powerful. Like, I've had people from out of the country come visit here, and they were like, even when it's cloudy, they're like, why is it still so bright out? And I'm like, because they're like, the sun is so powerful here. It is. Like, even when it's cloudy, it's extremely bright out. So when you're outside, even with clouds, the sun is just, unless you have actual, like, thunderstorms going on, and there's thick-ass clouds that block out all the sun, you still, like, the sun is just so powerful. It's so strong, and it's just, oh my god. And to me, it sucks all my energy right out of me. I go outside and I'm like, ugh, like I hate it. It's like a sauna. Yeah, 94 on the west coast feels like 85. Yeah, and see, and that's the thing with dry heat. Like, dry heat is so much easier to manage too. Like, I envy the people, like, I know that Arizona, for example, gets, like, really, really hot and stuff, but they don't have to deal with all the, like, the humidity. The humidity is what makes it so unbearable all the time. It's like, oh, man. And it, like I said, it doesn't really help my depression either, because then, you know, I can't let sun into my house, so I have blackout curtains. I mean, you guys can see it. There's blackout curtains there with blackout, oh, my God, get out of here. God, there's wargs here. Please, just leave me alone. You guys gonna follow me all the way over here? Okay. That's why I love living in a temperate climate. I mean, I love the temperate climate. I love the different seasons, right? Like, I miss my seasons. I miss having, you know, we have just really hot summer, a not so hot summer, a cold summer, a not so hot summer, a really hot summer. Like, that's the cycle that we go through. It's really just, ugh. All right, I'm not doing the fissure. I need to do the, I need to do this up here. So, but yeah, so, you know, all that stuff. Like I said, and right now, you know, it's also the one thing about depression, to kind of get back on that subject, is when you have other things that contribute to your depression, right? Like, I don't get to just be depressed and just be depressed. I don't get to, I have a friend, for example, she gets, just like I do, she gets these different periods of where she's really, really depressed. And you know what she does? She locks herself in a room for 3 days. I can't do that. I don't get to have that. I have to make videos, and I have to go to work, and I have to, you know, I have to be there for life. I have to show up to life, and I have to because if I don't go to work, and if I don't do those things, then, you know, it's just gonna make everything worse. You know what I mean? I can't call out of work. I can't take sick days. I go to work even when I'm sick. Like, the last time I was really, really sick, I went to work, and I had even customers comment on it. They were like, should you be here? Like, you're sneezing and coughing, and you're blowing your nose every 3 seconds. And I said, yeah, I know. And they're like, and they don't want to send you home. I'm like, no, they don't. They don't care, first of all, and I need to make money. So, no, I don't get to just do that, you know? I don't get to just, like, lock myself in my room and say, okay, well, I'm gonna be depressed now for a couple of days and get through it. No, I have to do that and do regular life. So it just amplifies the whole situation, and it's rough. It gets really rough, and, like, you know, and then it kind of becomes a snowball effect, because then you're dealing with depression, and then you have things that happen in your real life that cause you even more depression, and it's just a snowball effect, right? And you sit there and you're like, you know, do I really deserve this? Like, is that really what life has in store for me right now? This is what, this is it. This is life right now, you know? The seasonings. Yeah, so it's just, and right now it's like life is just really beating me down in a lot of different ways. And I know that, you know, we made partner recently, and, you know, a lot of good things are coming to Guild Wars 2, and I know the channel has been picking up and stuff, but I tell you what, everything outside of that, yeah, genuinely not good. Genuinely not good. Okay, okay, there's more supplies. I was like, I'm running out of supplies. Oh, by the way, speaking of rules, I wasn't speaking of that, but I'm gonna just change the subject. So the new rules are updated on the screen. Those are the new rule sets that I have. We're here for you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I genuinely appreciate it. And it's one of the things that's kind of kept me going. So one of the things that has been kind of going on in my life. Do you have a lover in your life? Hard to find these days. So, and I was actually kind of getting to that as well. So, I live by myself. I've been single for a long time now. I've only ever been in one relationship that lasted only 8 months. And it ended like really, it didn't end on good terms. It ended really shittily with no closure for me at all. And I've kind of given up on just dating in general. It's been really, really, really rough. You guys, I mean, Emily in chat, Emily who's here, she's been a viewer for a long time. She's been a huge supporter of the channel. I've gone through and I've talked about my dating history a little bit on streams in the past, and she knows how horrific that has been. It's been really, really rough, and I've had kind of a low point once again recently, where there was like a couple of things that happened, and I'm at a point where like I stopped looking for anything. I'm at the point where now I can't even find, like, because here's the thing, a lot of people say, well, it's because you're like forcing it and you're looking for someone, and it's like once you stop looking for someone, you're gonna find someone. The thing is, I have removed myself from society to the point where no one can find me. I'm genuinely not anywhere, like in real life. I don't exist. Like, I don't exist. I go to work and I go home and I'm home and I'm by myself, and I live by myself. I don't really, I have one friend in real life that I see once in a while. She is much older than I am, so she's not even like in my age group or whatever, but we're still really good friends. I do cherish her a lot, and she's a good person. We have a lot of different viewpoints on a lot of things in life, but she's still a good person, and I enjoy being around her and stuff, but I don't get to see her that often. And that's it. Like, and I have my sister, of course, you know, my sister and I, we do talk about things. But that's it. That's about the only people that I have in my life. And yeah, it's been rough. It's been really, really rough, so. Dating for men is 100 times harder. It's so hard. It's so hard, and I don't understand it, because I feel like, I don't know. I don't know what I feel. I've been trying to wrap my head around it, and like thinking, you know, obviously because I'm the type of person that I immediately think I'm the issue. So I try to find the fault with me. But it's gotten to the point where I've tried to find the fault with myself so much that I'm at a point where I'm like, it can't be me, because I've been trying to adjust, so it can't be me. Like, I've been genuinely trying to be a good person and try to do the right things in a lot of ways. So, you have had some interesting dating experiences. Yes, Emily knows. You always help out, and I do appreciate you guys. And like I said, it's one of the reasons why I keep streaming, because I feel genuinely that, again, there it is, that word. I don't know why I'm stuck on using that today, but apparently I am. But I really feel like you guys, I don't know, it's weird. The people that I talk to online feel like more like the type of people that I would want to interact with than any of the people that I know around here. It's like the people around here, I sometimes look at them like, why are you, like, they make everyone, they all make these bad choices, and all these people, they're in bad situations, but they're all in bad situations because they themselves put themselves there. And then you try to help them and you try to give them good advice, and they don't listen to it, and then they're right back into the shit that they were before because they didn't listen to you. And then they call you a friend, and it's like, but how can you call me a friend when you're doing all of this to yourself, and I'm trying to help you with it, and you ignore my advice, and you ignore my help, and you ignore all these things, and you're doing all this stuff to yourself? It's weird, and this happens a lot around here. It's so weird, and I'm at the point now where, after living in this area for almost 2 decades, I don't want to be around these people anymore. These people aren't the type of people that I want to be around. It's kind of like that. I don't want to be around them anymore. Is it really though? Talking about the dating. I mean, I think it is. For men, dating for men is harder. Yeah, I think dating for men is incredibly hard. I don't know if it's easier for women. I can't speak to that point, but I will tell you that I feel like my female friends always had an easier time finding a man than my guy friends, or the people, they're not really friends. The people, the female, the women that I know in my life, that I've known throughout my lifetime, have had an easier time finding someone than the men that I've been around in my life. I removed myself for a decade and I came back and put my foot in the dating scene and it's terrible. Got to try though. Have to try keep. I see, and that's the thing. I've tried for so many years now, and I've been single now for 5 years. And for 5 years, I've actively been trying to date, and I've put my best foot forward, and I've tried over and over again. I've bent over backwards. I have lowered my standards in certain ways, but even then, it's just never worked out. Yes, men can date down, women only date up. I don't know what that means. I mean, with gay relationship, it works differently. Gay relationships are even worse than straight relationships. Because the thing is that I think a larger percentage of straight women and men are looking for or specifically it's actually the woman part. I think that a very large percentage of straight women are looking for an actual relationship, where many men are looking for just hookups. And this goes for straight men and gay men, and specifically more gay men. Gay men are just, from I can just tell you from experience that they're just looking for hookups, even though that the ones that are saying they're looking for an actual relationship, most of them are just looking for hookups. They might say they're looking for a relationship, but they're not. They're just looking for a hookup. That's all it is. 2 years ago, I reached my endpoint with beating myself up and got mad at myself so much that I mentally blew up the self-critical mind and started thinking, if F it and do things regardless of what happens. I do that still, or I have started doing that as well, and I've always kind of done it that way because I've never really. The thing is, I've never really cared what other people think, and I've never really overthought something. Like, if I wanted to do something, I've always gone and done it, right? Like, I've always been that type of person. But the problem is that I just have a set of standards for what I'm looking for in a relationship, and the problem that I've run into over the years in dating is that a lot of people don't understand where I am, like this, where I'm at mentally, where I'm at physically, where I'm at spiritually, and they don't even try. That is something that I've come to realize, is that many people are very, like, at least in the area that I live in, they're very selfish in the point that they don't care how I feel. And it's not that I'm trying to like be like a baby and it's all about me or whatever, but it's like the way that it always works is that I open myself, or not that I open myself up, but that I try to understand where other people come from all the time. I'm the type of person that I think everything is about perspective, because I don't know what you have gone through. I don't know what anyone has gone through. So I try to put myself in their shoes as much as I can and understand where they're coming from. But the issue is that I don't ever get that. Like, I'm never on the receiving end of exactly that type of thought, right? My relationship went to shambles because my partner didn't understand, or didn't want to understand, how I felt and where my thought process was coming from. It was all about what they thought, how they felt, and how, you know, it wasn't always about them, but they were the type of person that they would shut down when they felt like it, and they would not open up to me when they felt like it. And even though there was times where I was genuinely trying to help them, and it got to a point where I figured, what's the point? Like, they don't, you know, I would look at them and say, you don't want to open up to me, you don't want to work on this relationship, you don't want to give me what I give you, so why should I keep giving you what I am giving you? And then the relationship ended. Many of my relationships, and not just like romantic relationships, but also friendships that I've had in real life, have ended because I stopped doing the effort in them. I had a friend that that we were friends for a very, very long time. And the only reason that we were friends for a very, very, very long time, like a long time, I mean, I'm talking probably like, I see there's an ad going on right now, so I'm gonna kind of wait for a second. But so this friend that I've had, we were friends in high school, and then we became really like best friends after high school. We started spending every day together. We would hang out all the time. But by the end of it, so this friendship had been going on for a very, very long time, and this friendship ended when I stopped doing the effort. When I stopped going to her house, when I stopped calling her, when I stopped texting her, when I stopped going to the places that she wanted me to go to, we stopped hanging out. And now this friend that lives about 40 minutes from me, I see once a year. Because once a year, she decides that, yeah, I'm going to go see a Raleigh and hang out with him. And I've given up on the friend. I personally have given up on the friendship. I don't, like, if she wants to come see me once a year, that's fine. But I've given up on it because I don't give her the time of day anymore. Because, and you can ask my sister. You can go, my sister's streaming probably right now. You can go on her stream right now and you can ask her. And she will verify this. She will say that I have bent over backwards for this person, that I have done everything for this person, that I have dropped everything to hang out with this person, to have a friendship with this person, but because I don't do the effort, we don't have a friendship anymore. And that has happened with every single friendship that I've had. That has happened with every relationship that I've tried to have with anyone. Is because I stopped doing the effort and they don't want to put the effort in. And that's the end of it. Today is the day of the day. For straight women, it's easy to find something. Very difficult to find someone who's actually good and respects you as a person. Green is always greener on your neighbor's lawn. I love that. Today is the day of the day. That's really what that feels like, right? Green is always greener on your neighbor's lawn. The grass is always greener on the other side, right? The internet and social media fuck society and dating so much. Girl, it's like 3:50 a.m. for me. You're a handsome man, you're smart, with a great personality. You will eventually find someone. Well, and that's the thing. I keep hearing that from people, but there's no way that I can actually have a relationship with anyone. The way that I live my life right now, I actually can't have a relationship with anyone because I've removed myself from society. Like, you guys might see me and I talk to you guys all the time, but this doesn't happen in my real life. I don't leave my house. I only go shopping, and I only go, like, when I leave my house, it's shopping or work. That's it. That's the only times that I leave my house. So I can't even meet anyone if I wanted to. So and online dating hasn't worked for me, and I've tried God knows how many times. I've been on so many dates that all have been just horrendous. And yeah, I just don't care enough anymore. So that's, and it sucks that I am at that point, but I am at that point in my life. I don't want to be at that point in my life. I wish that I could have these friendships and these relationships, but I'm just so tired of being the only one that puts effort into the friendships. I'm so tired of it. I cannot tell you guys how exhausting it is to be the only one to carry these friendships that I've had with people. Like, so many friendships where I'm the only one that does the effort, and I can't do it anymore. I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't want to be the only one that texts and calls and drives over to someone's house just to have a relationship with that person. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to be the type of person to make plans and say I'm going to take off of this day of work so that we can go and do something that they want to do. Like, I don't want to be that person anymore. And that is the only friendships and the only relationships that I found around here. So I'm just deciding that I'm a hermit crab. I'm the hermit crab that just spends every day, like, I'm a shut-in. I'm a couch potato. I spend most of my day inside, and that's what I do. I just, I'm a very attractive, good guy, and I had a Hinge account for a couple of years and got maybe 5 likes. I created a Hinge account for my mother, and she got like 5 in like half a day. Stay strong. And it's crazy because I have the exact same experience. And it's so weird because you guys know I have no self-confidence. Like deep down, you know, I might sound like I'm a very confident guy. I'm not, because of the dozens of times that I've gotten rejected by people that I have no self-confidence in myself, like at all. I don't think that I'm good looking. I don't think that I'm smart. I don't think that I have a good outlook in life. I don't think that I have anything going for myself. I genuinely don't. And it's not that someone can say, oh, it's gonna be okay. Like, it's a deep-rooted like issue that I have, right? With like not having dealt with my mental health for a long time, and having gone through the situations that I have gone through my entire life, it's led me to this point. Like, this is not something where someone can say, oh, you just need to believe in yourself. You just need to have confidence. That doesn't fix the issues, right? There's like deep-rooted issues that I have that I have a, like, I try to cope with them. I try to cope with those issues, and I try to like just kind of power through them and live my life despite of all of these issues that I have. And I forgot where I was even going with that. So there you go. It also depends on your pics, description. See, but that's the thing, is like I feel like I take good pictures of myself, and I feel like I go in with my description, and I don't know. I just I don't know. I don't know. Try to do a not thing. I like that approach, right? That is, and I think you're onto something with that for sure. Try to do a not thing. They're top notch. Trust me. You'd be surprised. Some people post pics with the poker face and says top notch, but okay, I trust you. Yeah, well, but that's the thing. You can't judge them and say, like, you know, unless you've seen it, you can't just say it's one thing or another, right? And I'm gonna be honest. I hate that we're basing that we're judging a person based off of maybe 3-4 pictures that we see of them and a small little paragraph, right? The way that I've always approached online dating, and the way that I've always had conversations, and maybe that is what I'm doing wrong, but the way that I've always done it is that I've told people that I would like to meet them in person, because I feel like you have to meet a person to connect with them. Okay, I can look at a picture of whatever, of a hot person, and be like, man, I could see myself being with that person. You have no idea what this person is like. Okay, you don't know what they're like. You don't know if you like the way that they live their lives, like if you like the way they brush their teeth or eat their food, right? Like, those are genuine things that you know, you have to like accept when you're being with someone, right? Like the things they do in everyday life, you know. Like, there's people out there that live their lives in different ways, and that's okay. I'm not judging anyone, right? But we can't genuinely say based off of that whether we like a person or not, you know. And I do agree that personality is a huge thing, right? But I also think that looks are a thing, right? Like, you have certain things that you like about another person, and oh god, okay, we're leaving. I'm not ending this because I'm doing an online dating discussion right now. But sometimes I feel like if people are compatible, then you have to give that other person maybe a chance, maybe meet them or whatever. I had a person recently that I was talking to that, again, we kind of met through online dating, and I was talking to them, and we're having a conversation, and we were talking, and I felt like we were getting somewhere, right? And I was like, wow, okay, you know, this is a very attractive person. I like their personality, right? And we had been talking a lot, and then all of a sudden they stopped responding. It was literally like they just stopped responding. And then like I sent more messages and more pictures and nothing. And then a week later, so I gave up on that, right? Week later, I start talking to a person in real life, actually, that I met in real life. And we exchanged numbers and we started talking, and again, the same thing happened. Stopped responding to me after like, and I felt like when we met in person, there was like a connection, right? Like, and I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, and I'm going to be honest with myself. I lowered my standards. I was like, this would not be necessarily a person that I would immediately think, hey, I want to be with that person. But I lowered my standards a little bit, and I was like, okay, well, you know, maybe give them a chance. It wasn't anything physically, but I feel like there was something missing in the maturity level. I felt like they were a little immature for me. And I was like, okay, well, you know, maybe there's more to them. Maybe they'll grow up. They were younger than I was. So I was like, okay, maybe there's going to be more to it, right? Like they're genuinely like, I need to get to know this person in order to really judge that. And so I was trying to give that person a time of day, and they just stopped responding to me. Like, and it's just genuinely like, that's a rejection right there. Like that person doesn't want to talk to me anymore. And it feels so bad because it's like, I lowered my standards for you, and then you do that to me. When, you know, I don't know. It just drives me crazy, and I just can't, I can't do it. It's fucking wild. All right, hold on. But that's the first impression. You want to look approachable, you know. Internet and social media ruin society. People in grocery stores can't even look at one another, be nice to one another. I agree with that. I think social media is a big part of that, and it sucks, right? But that's also a cultural thing. In Poland, people usually have a poker face when out somewhere, and we don't look at people. Old people love to do the death stare, though. I think there's people like that in all types of, in all different countries too. Right? Online dating discussion, dead level 1 to level 21k. Yeah, I'm not ending this run because we're talking about online dating. This is not happening. I think you're kind of like me. You like to discuss and really go in depth with things. But that's the thing. There are certain things that I don't know. I don't know. It's because I feel like, because the other day I remember you talking about how you're like into math or something, right? Like it was something, I don't remember what it was, but it was something like that. And I feel like if you were to approach me with a conversation about math or like chemistry or biology or I would be like, I need you to stop before I get a butcher's knife and just hack away. Like I cannot. There's certain subjects. I'm not into sports, but for whatever reason, I can listen to people rant about sports for a long time. I know nothing about sports, but the other day I had someone talk to me at work about sports, and I was like, I know nothing of what you're saying, but I'm so focused on this conversation right now. It's weird with me sometimes. There's certain things that I can. Men are flocking overseas to meet more down-to-earth partners for a reason. Is that true? Is that actually a thing? And generally you talk a lot, and I just feel like people just can't handle me. I do talk a lot. I talk a lot on stream, but I feel like that's been... So as I started going into the dating scene, I started realizing that was one of the flaws that I had, was that I talk so much. Like I'm talking now because there's no one that's actually responding to me, right? If I was having an actual like conversation face to face with someone, or even over Discord or whatever, this would be different. I'm talking because I'm streaming, right? But I've started doing the listening more thing, and I actually got to say that it's something that I've really improved my character on a lot. Because I used to be the type of person that was just like, I would go on dates and I would just talk about myself. And I'd be like, blah, 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 blah. And the other person is like, and I'd never hear from them again. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's because I'm just talking about myself the whole time. So ask them questions about them, right? Ask them questions about their lives and their, you know, their families and their aspirations and their all these things, right? So I started doing that more. I started listening more. I started being like, well, what about you? How do you feel? I've been doing that a lot more. I will say I've improved on that. Still hasn't helped my dating. Still hasn't helped my dating. I will tell you guys that. Oh, you guys can hear my background. I'm banning a bot. I'm banning a bot. Yeah, talking about yourself is another thing though. Well, and that's the thing. I would talk about myself a lot. And that was a thing that was not good about me. That was a flaw. I made my conversation, and I think, you know, when this stopped is when I was in my relationship and I realized that I needed to listen more to the other person. It was something that I told myself. I was like, you know what, I need to listen to the other person more. I can't just sit there and I can't just say whatever and talk about whatever. I need to listen to. Didn't help at all, but it's still something. I still think that was a good move on my part to learn to listen. So now when I have conversations, I know to like, I will actively block myself from just like, I'll be like, okay, hold on, let them talk, let them do something. I've always hated these stones. I don't know if they were supposed to be like mushrooms or something, but they're so like ugly. I hate them. Oh my god. Oh, thought that was dead. It was not dead. Oh god, his long range attack. See, and I'm gonna be honest with you, that is probably one of the worst personality traits ever. I hate, with a passion, people that will actually you all the time. Actually, I cannot. If you're doing that to me, we're done with the conversation. I'm just gonna say that right now. The book that redefined my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Rereading it reveals more because you may process things differently as you grow. Oh, okay, interesting. People always hate talking to me, especially when someone on Discord starts a medical topic. I'm just like, actually, yeah, I cannot. If that is literally the Bible of self-development, the title of that book doesn't do it justice. Interesting. Oh yeah, I'm a very honest person. I'm a very open person, but I will tell you right now, if you actually me, which happened to me, I will tell you guys yesterday, I had people say that like 3 times, like different people say that to me 3 times. I was like, if one more person tells me that they know something better than I do, and specifically doing my fucking job, I'm going to lose my mind. I hate it. It's such a terrible personality trait. Ah, God, it's just, do you guys see how like I get so angry? The reason why is because I've been around so many people that are like that. But they're like, well, actually, I have one specific coworker that he thinks he's God's gift on earth and that he's correct on everything all the time and that he will constantly do that to me. And I'm like, you know, I really don't like working with you. I just really don't, because I feel like I'm a very easy person to get along with. And even when I know something better, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, if you feel that way, then you can feel that way. I'm not telling you how to feel or whatever, right? And it's like, and if you're convinced that that is correct, then that's how you feel. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't need to actually you. Don't actually people. Don't do it. It's bad. It's bad for everyone's health, especially mine. my heart is like, I'm going. If I buy you the book, will you read it? So the problem is, and I've talked about this, I'm not a reader. I don't like reading. I'm not a reader. So I can't make that promise that I will read it. I will maybe attempt to read it. I don't know. I would hate for someone to spend that kind of money on me and then like me not actually doing. Like when someone talks about something they don't know, that's the most annoying thing. I do it too when someone gets something wrong and moves on. I bring it up later too. I mean, the thing is, there's something about correcting someone and saying like, hey, well, I think it's this, or here is some evidence as to why this is differently, right? But there's a way to kind of say that to someone. There's certain ways that I think people need to speak to each other when it comes to something like that. And I think a lot of people don't. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. And this was a long time ago now. And I'm not going to say who it was. But a long time ago, I was raiding. I with Chicken Nooble. I've talked about Chicken Nooble before, right? Chicken Nooble, one of the partners, one of the ArenaNet partners. Good friend of mine. He's kind of stepped away from doing any content and stuff. But I was in his streams. He was doing... what? Who's attacking me out here? An ooze? Why is there an ooze out here? Is it from... It's from the event above. They spawn down below? That's weird. Please die. Please don't kill me. Okay, I thought it was safe in here, but I'm gonna hang out with you guys in the corner here. Oh, never mind. I'm not safe. I gotta get out of here. Goodbye. But anyways, so I was in the streams, and one of the reasons, one of the reasons, there was multiple reasons, but one of the reasons was that whenever I had an opinion, whenever I wanted to say something, there was one specific person that would actually me every single time. And it got to the point where after 4 or 5 streams of this, I was like, I cannot do this anymore. I cannot have, anytime I say something, anytime I open my mouth and I say something, have that person say, well, actually, I think it's this and this and this. Well, actually, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. That's where I'm at, okay? I don't like those types of people. I don't. Even if someone does know something, can either brush it off or have a different approach. And a lot of things, right? There's certain evidence to certain to obviously there's evidence to whatever, right? When we're talking about medically, right? There's evidence to something, right? We were talking about like medically and stuff. Like it could be this, it could be that, but there's evidence to like the one thing or whatever, right? But when it comes to certain things, certain ideas or whatever, there's opinions, right? But there's people that like take their opinions and they're like so set on the opinions. And you guys know the way that I approach like even my videos, right? Many of my videos are opinions. And there was a someone left a really good comment the other day on one of my videos. I don't remember what it was. Someone left a comment and they were like, well, I disagree because of this and this and this. And I was like, and they had like this really good reasoning. And I was like, immediately, I was the type of person that said, you're right. You're right. You know what? If you're right, you're right. Like that totally makes sense. It's totally correct. And I'm going to revise my opinion about this. Right? But I just hate the people that are just like so set in their ways that, you know, you'll say something and maybe you're making sense and you'll even say it in the way of like, well, maybe it's this, right? Like maybe it could be this, right? And they're just like, actually, it's this. And it's like, okay, well, I was just trying to like find a different approach or say something different or just kind of voice my opinion. You don't have to be a fucking asshole because I'm voicing my opinion. Okay? You don't. You really don't. You genuinely don't have to be an asshole. There's a different way to actualing someone. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? I just do actually business when someone's saying bullshit things to other people regarding health. Yes, definitely. I don't say it actually verbatim. Well, I'm not saying, but I just feel like I don't think that person in those streams was saying it as well. But it was always like I would say like, well, maybe we should try this and this. And then this person would be like, no, I think we should do this and this and this. Because I don't think that's gonna work. Like, it's like that. And that's an actually, right? That's that, right? It's like, okay. Like, always having to be contrarian to everything that you say. Hate it. Yeah. People who want to correct because they know better become some sort of worse parents too. It's an ego problem. This was your first strike. Yeah, just going against you for the sake of it. And it's like, maybe try to kind of just, and there's a way to disagree, right? You could be like, well, we could maybe try that, but maybe here's like a different way that we could do it, right? Like, you don't have to be an asshole about it. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, so many people that like actually other people, it's the way that they stay in, right? And I had two people yesterday. There was something. So to give you guys an example, a real life example of where I'm coming from. So and I'll give you this real life example of what happened yesterday. And I had two people actually me, and it was very like. So one of the servers in the restaurant I work at rang in a ticket that was a Crown Royal Manhattan, straight up, very cold. Now, for those of you that don't understand what that means, is straight up means it gets served in a martini glass, okay, and it doesn't get any ice in it. Now, when you're doing in Manhattan, Manhattans don't get shaken, they get stirred. Now, here's the thing. Shaking it would make it really cold, okay? But shaking it also bruises the liquor that's in it. So most people that want a proper Manhattan don't want it shaken. But this person ordered it very cold. I didn't personally speak to this person. I do not know how they ordered their drink, do they care that the bourbon is bruised? Do they care about that? Do they, well, it's a whiskey in this one, but do they care that it's bruised? Do they care that, you know? So the server approaches, and there's another bartender sitting next to me, and I'm waiting to make this drink because I'm not quite sure if I should shake it or stir it. Because if I shake it, it makes it colder, but it bruises the liquor. But if I stir it, it's not going to be quite as cold. So the server comes up to the bar, and I say, hey, I didn't know if you wanted me to shake that because a Manhattan doesn't get shaken. So did you want me to shake it to get it really cold? Or did you want me to stir it? Well, you can shake it if you want to. I said, okay, well, I just didn't know. This other bartender, this guy that I don't like working with because he's a genuine asshole, comes up next to me and he says, what are we talking about? And I said, so I explained the situation and I said, well, they want this really cold. So I was thinking of shaking it. So then he goes, you can just stir it. It'll make it cold. And I was like, okay, well, I just figured that maybe they wanted it shaken because that would make it really, really cold. And that's what they want. And so the server then jumps on me as well and says, yeah, you can just stir it. It'll be cold. And I said, well, like I said, I figured shaking it would make it cold. No, stirring it would make it really cold too. Which, mind you, stirring it doesn't make it as cold as shaking it. Okay, I can guarantee you this. I've done this for a long time. Okay, I've been in the restaurant business for a very long time. I know my shit. Okay, and that's what I'm talking about. Because they both jumped on me, and the way that they were saying it was so dismissive. Right? I hate it. I hate when my opinion gets just dismissed. I'm like, I'm a professional. Okay, I've been doing this professionally for a long time. So when I have someone that maybe has more experience than I do, but they might not, says that to me and just dismisses my opinion like that. And then like the other person jumps on that as on the fucking bandwagon and says the same thing. I literally looked at him and I said, well, apparently everyone knows everything better than I do, so I'm just gonna do what you guys say and stir it. And that, it just really got under my skin, because it was just like two people coming at me. Like, they were like very like, the way they were saying it, and I was like, ah. So anyways, there you go. That's my example. Like, it's just, oh my god. And I don't know if like, I feel like I was probably overreacting. I will tell you guys, I was on my, it was my 8th hour of working that day, non-stop, with no break and no food. So maybe I was overreacting a little bit, right? Like, people that, you know, they would be like, well, that's not a big deal, O'Reilly. Like, I feel like you're making a big deal out of it. And maybe I was. Okay, I will say, like, maybe I was making a big deal out of it. But I will say that I was on my 8th hour of working. I hadn't eaten anything, and I don't like it working with this other person. So I was working with this other person, and I was just annoyed as fuck as is. So, story time with the Raleigh. Oh my god, you guys. I used to do story time all the time. Stop diving into it. The analytical brain stressing the brain. It's just, I'm over it now. But, like, if I put myself back in that situation, like, I'm over it now. I'm not, like, I move on from anything that's work related. Once I leave work, I let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Like, I do. I really do. But it's like, when I think back on those specific moments, I remember how I felt in that moment, and I'm like, oh, it just brings this anger out in me, and I don't like being an angry person. I used to be, when I was younger. I was a very angry person all the time. I was very angry all the time, but I'm not angry anymore. I like to be a very relaxed person now and just kind of chill out. So I'm over it now. But yeah, in that moment, I was like, I wanted to take the glass and be like, why don't you do it yourself? Make the drink yourself. Apparently you know better how to make it. So you go in and make it. I sometimes feel like what I'm saying doesn't matter, even if the topic is something I actually know about. But that's the thing, and that kind of shows me that it's the type of people that you're around, because only ignorant people would make you feel that way, right? I feel like only ignorant people make you feel like your opinion doesn't matter, or what you know doesn't matter, right? Like, if you're talking about a subject and you're, you know, like, I don't know anything medically. I'm like, I'm so medically inept. I know nothing about medicine, biology, chemistry, any of those subjects. Like, I'm just really, seriously, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know anything. Okay, so I could never maybe appreciate your opinion on something or whatever, and I'd probably take your opinion at face value because I have no knowledge about the subject. But I think when you're talking about other people that know about this stuff, and they're not taking your opinion in account at least a little bit and dismiss it, and they're just like make you feel like your opinion doesn't matter, then I feel like those people are just very ignorant and that they don't deserve your time. The end. Gastronomy and stuff, it really is. It's tough, because the thing is, being in the industry is like, you deal with all these different, you have all these different energies, right? I was telling, who was I telling this? I was telling someone that I was working with, a coworker of mine. They worked in the back of the house, meaning that they worked in the kitchen. And he's a young kid. He just turned 18. He's a young kid, and I was talking to him about like working and stuff, right? And I was telling him, I'm like, you know, one thing that I've learned working front of house, working as a server, as a host, as a bartender, as a manager, what I've done, like every job in the restaurant business, right? One thing that I started learning is you start learning to read people's personality from the word go. Like, from the word go, you start, like, people will sit down, and the way that they greet you, is immediately I get a vibe off of it, right? I read the energy, and I'm like, how do I approach this person based off of how they react to me saying, hi, how are you? Welcome in. however they react, this is the right then and there is the moment where I decide how I'm gonna be talking to the person. If they come in and they're like, hello, I'm like, okay, we're being completely like, what, may I get you something to drink? Here's our drink list. And I'll give you a few minutes to decide. I turn into a robot, right? But if they're like, hey, what's up? How's it going? I'm like, oh, I'm doing great. How are you? Right? What are we doing today? We having drinks, or are we just are we eating? And what are we doing? Right? Like, you kind of learn to kind of deal with, like, that's one thing that I've really learned in the industry is like you need to you read energies, and I'm so good at talking to people now because I can adjust my personality to all these different other personalities. It's a skill. You weren't overreacting. They could have handled it better because overall you wanted the customer to be happy. Don't judge yourself for it. I don't judge myself for it. I judge them for it. I don't judge myself for it at all because I think that I had a good point. And I don't judge myself for that at all. In that very moment, I don't, because I know that I had a good point and that I just got dismissed. I don't give a shit. It's your fucking customer. If they don't like the drink, then you can blame me. I don't care. They're not paying me. I don't give a shit. It's your fucking table. If you don't want to give them the best of the best, you know how I would have done what I would have done in his situation?
So
When I heard that, because we weren't busy, it wasn't a busy day, I would have been like, well, let me check with the customer. Let me see what they would like. So I would have gone back to the table. I would have been like, sir, you wanted your Manhattan really, really cold, so we can stir it really well for you and make it cold, but we can make it even colder if I shake it, but then we would bruise the liquor. Do you care about that at all? And then I would get that reply, and then I would go back to the bartender and say, hey, well, this is what they want. And then I'd be like, okay, if that's what they want, then I'm gonna do that. That's how I would have, as in that situation, as that server, that's how I would have handled it. They didn't want to handle it that way. He wanted to be an asshole to me, and that's okay. I don't care. Oh, wait, what did you think? Yeah, so Red Nui, first of all, why didn't you watch my stream? Why weren't you there? I was playing Push for like hours. Multiple hours. I was playing Push. I gave my opinion. I said things. Maybe you should be there when I'm streaming, okay? I need you to make time for me all the time. I liked it. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. I liked it. It was good. I like the I like the map. I think the detail was really good. I liked what they did with the aesthetic of it. It didn't feel very. It felt a little bit more what Kaineng should have looked like. And I liked it. I thought they did good changes to it. And I also like that they changed the point that you have to bring the actual payload to, because it's not up on the platform anymore. I like that. That's actually kind of nice. So I like the changes they did to it. I did. You were in Florida? Well, you could have watched, like, I don't know. You could have watched. I'm in Florida too. Don't you have a phone? Hello? Blizzard did a whole thing about the phone thing. Better description may be messy. In my case, I once had a discussion with my parents because my mom was complaining about me using sodium glutamate in my food. So I had to explain her that she's got shit tons of naturally in her beloved sun-dried tomatoes. Oh, I love it. It's so cute. What is that? That is really cute. I love it. That's a cute emoji. Yeah, so first of all, I don't know what half of those words mean, but parents are a different thing though too. Like I had to learn how to talk to my mom over many years. My mom and I got along great. Don't get me wrong. My mom was one of the people that I loved very much, and we were very close. Later in life, we were always really close, but later in life we got closer even, I think. But parents are like a whole different thing too. Like I feel like discussions with your parents is always like there's always this weird stigma that parents have is because they made you, they are like above you. There's always this weird stigma, right? Like I feel like my mom was like that too.
So
Riley's going crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Bring out the popcorn. Yeah, I absolutely love my parents. What do you mean I'm going crazy? What was I going crazy about? My story time? They're just overconfident sometimes, and I really think they really think they know everything. Yeah, I don't know. Parents are weird like that sometimes, I think. And I think it's a generational thing too. I think that the older people, I work with a lot of older, or I have a lot of older guests that are older, right? And I kind of let them believe what they believe. I'm always like, you know that meme where they're like, okay, grandpa, let's go get your meds or whatever, or let's go to bed or whatever, right? Like that meme. That's how I treat them. Like they revert back to being children. They're very childish, older people. And so I treat them like children a lot of times. I'm like, oh, really? I patronize them without them realizing I'm patronizing them. It's fun. When they like come up to me and they have like a really like terrible opinion about anything and they don't know what they're talking about, I'm like, well, I can't tell you how I really feel about this because you're my guest, but I'm just going to nod and agree with you and just think differently in my head. God, these guys are so strong. Why are you so strong? Get out of here. I'm done dealing with you. I'm not going to survive this interaction at all. Ah! Okay, maybe I should turn into a pig. Just you being sarcastic towards the push. Oh. You should have been there. Why weren't you there? This is how I get more people to watch my streams. You need to be there. Hello? If I'm live, you need to be here. Wink, wink. They have a bigger bonk. They don't know my real bonk, okay? First person in that cave looks like Morrowind. Yeah, I mean, some of the textures are very, like, old school like that. But yeah, the mushrooms, right? The mushrooms kind of make you feel like you're in Morrowind. The big mushrooms, the big plants. I wish there was more caves in Guild Wars 2. That's one thing that I've always said. I wish there was more. Okay, I just got a text message from work. Speaking of work, I got a text message from work. Nothing that has anything to do with me, luckily, so I don't care. What was I saying? Oh yeah, caves. I want more cave maps. That's one of the reasons why I want like an underground expansion, because I really want like a spelunking map. I really want to go inside like a cool cave area. Oh man, I would love that. I would love that a lot. Like just go into like a big cave. Like imagine something like this, but like on a giant scale. It'd be so cool. I would love that. I don't want to deal with you. Oh, there's a grub I can kill. Come here. Top 10 caves in Guild Wars 2. I don't even know if there is 10 caves in Guild Wars 2. Top 10. See, didn't someone... Okay, I don't like talking... And it's not... I'm not... Oh, so thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Oh, using your Prime membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Thank you. That's not part of that. Oh my god, I'm never saved. Keswick Sills is so dangerous. Save. Caves have given Guild Wars 2 players PTSD. Why? Why have they? Was there who was it that made the video? And I'm not trying to make fun of them or criticize them or anything, but I thought it was an interesting choice, is the words I will use for this, because again, I make plenty of videos that are just interesting choices too. Where they made videos about, they made a video about the top 10 stairs in Tyria, on Tyria. I'm like, I feel like that's kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel of content. Top 10 stairs in Tyria or something like that. Okay, must I say the name? Caves have given Guild Wars 2 players PTSD. I don't want to delve into it. I do not know what you're talking about. Must I say the name? What name? Are we talking about a specific... okay, without saying the name, are you talking about a specific user? Like or a content creator? Top sexiest squid in Tyria. Hottest male Norn on Tyria. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's... I made a video. You know what a bottom of the barrel video I made that there's people in stream that will... I know one person in stream that will defend that video with their lives. And you guys, I think everyone that is in stream right now that's in the stream right now has not seen this video, but I made a video about Char tanks, and I named all of the Char war machines, and I gave them background. I went through and I named all of the... Actually, I missed, I think, 2 war machines that I ended up finding years later, where I was like, it's not in my video. But I made a video where I took the Char war machines and I gave them names and backgrounds. Talk about bottom of the barrel. But there's people that will genuinely defend this as like some of my best content. Ooh, I'd watch that, bruh. You maybe unlocked another shorts idea. Top hottest and as funny banter. It's not a bad idea doing the top hottest, like, and you could have like the top hottest anything. Right? You could like really do it to the point where you could have like the top hottest Hylic in Tyria, and you just like look at like the different Hylic models and you like come up with that. Or like the top hottest gathering nodes on Tyria, right? And you look at all the different... I don't know if that's something that I want to do, but I would love a series like that. Perhaps if I see Tunnel, I might trigger... Oh, Tunnel. Yes. Okay, Tunnel is a lot more... Okay, we're talking about Galadelph Tunnel. Got it. Top hottest Norn and Holbrack. Top hottest Coden. Listen, Janthia Wells was so horny. Janthia Wells was such a horny expansion, alright? Top 5 hottest Dragon Mounts. Look at those eyes. Look at the scales. Look at the way that it shimmers. And it eats its fish. And the wings. It's so hot. Hot and sexy. And wet. You can use wet when you're talking about Skimmer. Oh yeah, bears. I'm gonna send you something. When you reach the effort mode, you'll do it. Oh my god. Will I ever? I don't know if I want to. If I want to, I don't know if I want to get to that point. I don't want to run out of content in Guild Wars 2 ever. I told you I didn't want to delve into it. Alright, I'll leave it. I won't talk about the Galadelph Tunnel, okay? We won't talk about it. Is that your point of PTSD? So speaking of, so we're not going to delve into that. What is something that gives what is something in Guild Wars 2 that gives you guys PTSD? Didn't you send that? Is that your character? I kind of want to share that on stream. Did you share? You shared that on the Discord, didn't you? I feel like I saw this, but I was at work and I kind of skimmed over it. It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. It's really funny. What's something that gives you guys PTSD? What's something where you genuinely... I'm trying to think. What is there something in game where I really think like, oh man. You know what? One thing that really does, that gives me like, not PTSD, but that really makes me cringe is the date that we went on at the end of at the end of End of Dragons, during the whole Gyala Delph thing. Like, the Gyala Delph thing is like one thing and whatever, right? We've had shitty content before and whatever, right? Like, but going on that date made me cringe so hard. Oh my god. You love bears? Are you into bears? Oh, hi. Welcome to the channel. I just saw that. Honestly, some music in areas that were prominent during depressive episodes give me PTSD. Okay, I can see that. At Park Meta, I can't stand that fight. Ooh, why? The big spider fight? Why don't you like it? No. Can I not defend myself? Oh, I can bite. Alright, there's some truffles. I can collect the truffles. Jesus. It's a 10-minute DPS column. Yeah, it's not a good design. It's not a very good design. I can't jump. Okay. And the hallways that lead down into it go on forever, and then the fight is just clusterfuck of visuals. And I think that is my biggest issue. It's just like you have no idea what's going on. There's like enemies everywhere. There's red circles everywhere. You don't see any, like, just things. You're just dying, and you're like, why am I dying? What is happening here? Oh, why is this growing here? Did you guys see that? Why is this growing here? Hello? Oh god. Okay, I can transform back now. Run! Get out of here! Super speed! Wow, I'm so fast. Alright, cool. Getting the heck out of here. I don't think I can do that up top. I want to play a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna try to avoid... What are you doing? Why are you throwing up? I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna go north to that waypoint over there. Going to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And remember, you're a handsome and smart man. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Oh, God. Oh, God. How strong are they? Oh god, they're very strong. Get out of here. It took half my life with one attack. I'm not dealing with that. Ah! Well, I know one thing. In the Shatterer area, there's a spot I was playing with my best friend at launch, and his char stopped moving, and he wasn't responding. Turned out he almost died and had to go to the hospital. Oh my god. He played... Because he played too much Guild Wars 2 and only drank Mountain Dew? What? Oh my god, that is a crazy story. That is some PTSD. Holy crap. You know what? Now that you mention it, I have a specific area that gives me PTSD. Many years ago, when Guild Wars 2 first came out, this was right around the time, I want to say, Heart of Thorns was released. Like, right before. I want to say it's right before Heart of Thorns was released. I was doing the underwater path in the Coden dungeon in Frostgorge Sound. You know, like the explorable path has that one that goes underwater. And I remember that night I was playing. It took us a really long time. We were having a really hard time with it, and we kept dying over and over again. But we had like a good time. But that night, right as we finished that path, my dog died. My dog, like years ago, I had this like little dog, and she was like she was the family pet. She was our little princess. We all loved her very, very much, and she died that night. And I have like, even now to this day, when I go down that, I don't go into that dungeon very often. I mean, who does, right? But when I go in there, it's like I have genuine PTSD where I like think back on that. So I have that too. Now that you say that, I have a moment like that too. It was very, very sad because I remember actually when it happened, she passed away in my room. So it was like the room was different. The door to my room was on my left, which now it's actually on my right, but it was a different house. I actually lived in a different place at the time. And she came into my room and she laid on the ground, and we had just finished the path. So I actually stopped playing. So I was still in the dungeon path, and I, dealt with all of that. And then hours later, I came, this was before they kicked you out of the game, I want to say. So I remember like coming back to it, and I remember my friends at the time that were in the group with me. I was like, hey guys, like, I know we just finished this and you guys are wondering like why I'm not leaving the dungeon with you guys or what's going on. Because I guess they wanted to do like other dungeons and stuff. I'm like, my dog just passed away. I remember like coming back to the computer and my character still being underwater at the end of the fight, the boss fight. Like, I think the last few percent of the fight, I even like didn't do anything because she came in and she like died. It was really like, it was sad. It was very sad. So I have that as well. So yeah. And occasionally he drops this one circle that does 100k dot damage, but it's all obscured by other visual threats. Yeah, and that's the thing. One of the things that, when they started with the like ground, showing you on the ground like things that would happen, like the ground target attacks or whatever, right? The circles and stuff. Where you can see like what an enemy does. When they first introduced that, it was a great thing. A lot of people appreciated it. They were like, oh my god, now I can finally see when an attack is happening. We can see what the reach of it is, right? We can evade, we can do all these things. But then they went like, over the years now, Arena has kind of gone crazy with it, right? When we look at something like Janthia Wilds, it's like we have purple shit flying everywhere, and it's like, it doesn't even matter that it's marked on the ground because it's just everywhere is a bad spot to exist, right? Like, that's how it is, it's so weird. Look at the footprints. So this one part I cringe every time is when you kill Zaitan and Air goes, courage and friendship has ended this dragon or something. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. I mean, the whole fight, I saw there was a post today on Reddit. Once again, it's like the millionth post on Reddit where someone complains about the Zaitan fight. I do not understand why ArenaNet has not redone that fight at all. At all. At least, like, if you're not looking at the core game, I get it. It's a lot of effort. If you're not changing all of these, the personal story, if you're not changing all of these different things, I get it. It's a lot of resources. But one thing that they could definitely put in some time in is making the Zaitan fight really good and then making it a strike mission. Like, we've talked about this before, right? They have all these different fights and all these different things that happen throughout the story in Guild Wars 2. Like, the Balthazar fight would make a great strike mission. The Joko fight would make a great strike mission. Like, all these story fights that you have would make great strike missions, right? But I think one thing that they could really do is go back and change the Zaitan fight for the better. In some, there's easy ways that they can fix it. They really, if they approach it and they look, okay, what's the least resource heavy and time heavy way that we could change this fight there is some ways that they could make it a pretty decent fight. It doesn't have to be the thing that blows us away. It doesn't have to be life-changing, but make it something that's bearable at least. And I just assume there's a reason for it. I mean, I don't know. Is there a reason for it? What would be the reason? What would be the reason? I hope that with ArenaNet redoing the looking for group and maybe more interests going into doing strike missions and doing raids, that they will look into doing that, right? When we get a new expansion, we get a raid, we get a fractal, but we've now once again we've given up on strikes. They could still add strikes. Like, just take the old, you don't have to, not everything that you add into the game has to be a new thing, right? But these story fights, I feel like the story specific fights are so far and few between. We don't do them that often because many people only play through the story once, maybe twice, right? Maybe 3 times if they're really just like to bring a lot of characters through the story and stuff. But you don't see those fights as much as you see the open world fights, or you see the you know, the fractal fight, or like any of those, right? Like, so I think there is really, like, they could take those old fights and they could make those into strike missions. I don't see why they couldn't do that. I really think they should be able to do that. Anytime something amazing happens, I will say, today is the day of the day forever. Well, I'm glad that I could give you something to do that with. I don't know. I don't know where I was even going with that thought process, but I'm glad that I could give this to you. This is a gift from me to you. Today is the day of the day. If life gets rough, just think about that. I always love the MOAs that are just sitting on top of the rubble. Need that quote trademarked, sir? It's gonna be the new thing. From now on. It's gonna be my new tagline. Shirts will be made. I do have a store. I could technically make a shirt in the store if you guys wanted me to. Don't look at the store. I have not looked at the store in probably about a year. So half of the stuff is probably not even working in there anymore. Because that's how it always works. I have a merch store though. But I could technically, I could make a shirt that says that. It's so hard to believe that Arena can't redesign a really basic story encounter. They made the Zaytian fight in End of Dragons. They can just beef it up and make it standalone encounter for the story. It's something, right? I mean, anything. That's the easy part. That's the easy part about the Zaytian fight. Anything that they do will be an improvement. Because there's no way they could make it worse than what it is right now, right? Adding, like, you know, adding different, mechanics into the fight, right? Adding different ways that you're actually fighting the dragon instead of just using a cannon. Like, anything like that would make the fight better immediately. I gotta play this smart here. Oh, they're fighting each other. That's a smart way to. Oh my god, these fucking guys do so much damage. Holy crap. I don't trust Arena to do anything with previous content if they don't even care to address long-standing bugs. I mean, you have a point. I do see where you're coming from with that. You know, thinking. I see it, right? But I don't know. I just think that particular fight is at such a specific point that doing anything to it would be better, right? Like doing anything would be really good, you know. And it doesn't have to be hyped up. It could be a shadow drop because, you know, maybe they didn't put that much effort into it. They don't have to highlight it. They don't have to say, oh, this is the new fight. This new, oh, we changed it. You might want to play through the personal story again. No, just shadow drop it. Just shadow drop it and be like, yeah, we changed the Zaitan fight. And then people are like, oh, okay. And you go in and it's like, oh, it's actually like, and if it's not, like, that's the thing, right? If it's not changed for, you know, if it's not that great of a fight, like they didn't make these huge changes and it's not this big spectacle, you know, if it's just like they made it better in a little bit, like in a way, right? They made it like a better fight in a way, then it's okay to shadow drop it, right? Like not making a big deal out of it. But if they like shadow drop it and it actually is really, really good now, like that would be cool too. I think that would be fine. Right? Like, I don't think it has to be there doesn't have to be like a huge deal made out of it, because I think if you make a big deal, what I'm trying to say is if you make a big deal out of it, the expectations go high, and then people are expecting the fight to be really, really good, and if it's not really, really good, then you overhyped it, right? Like any hype would then be overhyped at that point. For this reason, I think the engine and old code is just fucked. It's probably so difficult to fix all stuff. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it is. But here's the thing, right? And this was something that I kind of addressed a little bit. Did I address that in my GNT Walls review? A little bit. I mean, partly I addressed this a little bit in my GNT Walls review. But the thing is, I think ArenaNet needs to be a little bit more transparent about it, right? We've heard so many people over the years talk about taking these old fights, or taking specifically, we're talking about Zaitan fight. So specifically taking the Zaitan fight and making it better, right? And all this stuff. And ArenaNet has been completely silent about it. And then we sit here and we try to give ArenaNet the benefit of the doubt by saying, well, it's probably the old code, and like they can't, you know, blah blah blah, all this stuff, they can't do it. I think, like, why can't ArenaNet tell us this though? Why can't ArenaNet say, you know, hey, we've heard your guys' criticisms of the Zaitan fight, and we have looked at it, but it is right now we're not in a position where we can detangle that code to the point where we can work on that fight and make it better for you guys. Like, just say that. And then people would be like, okay, then we're not going to complain about it anymore. But being silent means that there still is a chance they could change it. We don't know. We don't have the information, right? So, and that's what pisses me off. That's what pisses me off the most, right? About all that. For the, delete key. I mean, I don't know. That seems that seems a little extreme there, sir. Just delete all of it. I mean, the thing is that we know at some point in time they had other plans with it. They had other plans. There is, like, you guys can look. There was, I don't know if it's still in the files or not, but there was a different map back in the day that actually had the dead body. There was a map that was in the game files that actually had the dead body of Zaitan on it, right? So there was, at some point in time, whether it was early on in development or shortly after or whenever, right? Like, but there was some kind of thought put into doing something, at least with the dead body of Zaitan, and maybe having the conclusion to the Zaitan situation be a little different to what it is now. So, like, I literally just watched a video, specifically a Wooden Potatoes video, where he looked at that map. I just watched it last week. No! Oh! Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. Oh, no. This is, none of this is going right. I need to run away. I'm not doing this. I'm running away. I'm not doing that.
Keep them off of my tail. Keep them off of my tail.
Okay.
We will get this done.
Their doors open so they won't say that they won't ever update it. But they can say that though too, right? That's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying right now, right? If they say right now we're not in a position where we can detangle the code, and they could even say at the end like this doesn't mean this doesn't change in the future, but we just wanted you to understand that we have heard and we have read those comments and the feedback, and we did look into it. But right now it's not something we could do, right? To kind of quell some of those things. And I think they should be doing this with a lot of other issues. You don't have to close the door on it, but give us some transparency as into, have you looked at it? Or are you just completely ignoring the player base on that specific issue? Right? Like, I think there's something to that, right? Because silence is worse than not hearing anything. In my opinion, because silence to me says that they're reading it, but they just don't give a shit, and they're not, and then just that's it, right? And then that makes me kind of like dislike them more, right? Like I'm like, well, I don't understand that. You know, why are you seeing this and not responding to it? You know what I mean? So it's like you can leave the door open, but you know, it's just. You don't have to close the door on it. Just give us some kind of insight. Give us some kind of transparency. If you guys were wondering about these guys, I made a whole video on these guys right here. If you guys haven't watched my Animal Facts and Easter Eggs video series, there's 4 parts to it. I'm working on part 5. Can't talk. I crack myself up because I literally can't even talk anymore. So funny. One day you guys are gonna see me just drool out of my mouth when I'm streaming because I'm not fighting that queen. That queen is very, very strong and I'm very scared of it. Did you have to poison me? Oh, so rude. All right, I think I'm gonna take a second here. So thank you for everyone that's watching. Thank you for everyone that's hanging out. I really, really, really do appreciate you guys. I have a good time doing this and hanging out with you guys. If you guys want to support the channel, subscriptions on Twitch are available. Memberships on YouTube are available. You get access to emojis if you do either of those things. And on YouTube, you actually, I think there's badges. I think there's badges on YouTube as well, or on Twitch as well. I haven't looked at my badges on Twitch in a long time. So there might be badges on YouTube. I don't know. But I know there's badges on YouTube. So you guys get badges in chat and you get access to emojis. So if you guys want to support the channel that way, I also have referral links that are sponsored by ArenaNet. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Twitch Prime, yeah. So if you want to use your Prime memberships, I would really appreciate it. It means a lot for me. Thank you so much. That's very nice. Lemon Moth, appreciate that so much. Yeah. So there's also referral links. So if you guys are looking to buy the new expansion, if you guys are looking to buy any expansion, or if you guys are new and have never played Guild Wars 2 or are looking to make a new account, you can use any of my referral links. On Twitch, they're in my About section. On YouTube, they're in the description. So you guys can click on those links and it'll bring you to the buy page if you're buying an expansion, or it brings you to the sign up page if you're just looking to make an account. And yeah, so I appreciate that. There's a oh, okay, so you read Nui. I got it. So you swap. Okay. Gotcha. I appreciate it. Okay. Interesting. It's funny, like I try to use the same I try to use the same name on everything, but I do know genuinely a lot of people that that use different names on everything. So but yeah, so if you guys want to support, I appreciate it. Of course, commenting, sharing, watching, any of that stuff helps as well. So, you know, we're trying to build the channel. We're trying to do more with it. We do have the Discord. I'm gonna try to, once I get some gem codes, I want to do some giveaways, and the first few giveaways will be on the Discord. So if you guys want to be, eventually I'll be doing them on stream as well. I just got to look at the logistics of it. But for now, I'm definitely going to do giveaways on Discord. So as soon as I get some codes to give out, I don't have any to give out, so right now. But I do want to do that. So, but I appreciate you guys. I appreciate both of you that just subscribed with your Prime membership. It means a lot to me, right? I said this the other day. It's really interesting because, you know, when I first started doing this, I never thought that, you know, it was always such a weird pipe dream. I was like, I'll never get to the point where like I will have like subscribers and like I'll have the ArenaNet partnership, and you know, it was just when I first started streaming was in 2018 actually. I started streaming and I was like, I'll never be able to like do this professionally, and I was very like, I'm gonna do it, you know, and I'm gonna put my best foot forward. I'm gonna try my best, but I went in with like level-headedness of thinking like, you know, this might not work out and like I might not get anywhere. But now I'm at a point where I'm like, man, you know, with the membership, with the partnership, and like how busy everything has been getting, and the amount of subscribers that I've been getting on YouTube over the last month, I got like 300. That's like 15%. I've been doing YouTube videos for 5 years, and I got 15% of my subscribers in the last month. Like, that's huge. That's like a huge increase, and it's blown me away. I'm like, holy shit. It's, you know, I talked about it the other day where I said, you know, I remember when I had 200 subscribers, and I was like, man, I only have 200 subscribers, and like someone put it in perspective, but now I have 10 times that much. And I'm like, man, 2,000 might be in the space of YouTube. You know, there's people with like, you know, 15 million subscribers or whatever. Like, obviously, I'll probably never get there, right? But I'd never think I would get 2,000. So we're there, and it feels great, you know. So, and it's making me excited to do more content too. Like I'm very excited to make more content. Like I said, this new theory video that I have coming out is very interesting, and I think people that are into theory videos and that type of stuff are really gonna like it, because it touches on like all these different subjects and all these different eras of Guild Wars, like Guild Wars 1 and 2, and like all these different parts of the game. It's really cool. It's a wide stretching theory. I'm not saying Guild Wars 3 is on the way, but I think if it were to come somewhat soon, I think you're in a good position to grow from it and welcome a ton of new people, especially now with run. I agree with that. I think I still think that Guild Wars 3, I maybe, you know, I think I'm in the minority, but I think Guild Wars 3 cannot come soon enough. Because I think Guild Wars 2, and the way that Guild Wars 2 is being handled by ArenaNet right now is genuinely showing its age. I think ArenaNet is showing that they're having some difficulties, and I think they're becoming more open about those difficulties. And it's becoming more apparent to the player base that there are indeed difficulties into dealing with the older code, with the older. Remember, this is a modified Guild Wars 1 engine. This engine that we're playing on is 20 years old. To put it in perspective, and I did this a few months ago, might have been like over a year ago now, but I remember I made this point like a lot back then because the subject came up a lot. But you have to understand that there's people at ArenaNet working at ArenaNet that are younger than the engine that they're working on. Like the engine is older than they are. That's probably the best way to put it. The engine they're working on is older than they are, right? Meaning that when they went through school for coding and all of the stuff, they were not dealing with all of this. I mean, I don't know how it all works, but that's how it feels like to me, right? Having the old engine and all this code from 20 something years ago, right? Because 20 years ago is when Guild Wars 1 came out. They made the engine before this, right? Like, this must be difficult for people that are just getting into the workforce, that, you know, that haven't dealt with that, right? The seniors are the ones that probably can deal with this because they have been dealing with this for a long time. They have been with the company for a long time. They understand it on a deeper basis, but I think there's something to be said about that, right? So I think it's in ArenaNet's best interest to move on to Guild Wars 3. Like, and I'm not saying I hate Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 2 it's at its end. Like, I think Guild Wars 2 still has many stories to tell. But in the grand scheme of trying to make it in this very difficult atmosphere that is the MMO space and the gaming space in general, that is now so oversaturated with games coming out on a daily basis, that it's in their best interest to come out with a new game on a new engine with new animations, new graphics, and all of that, right? Like, I think it's in their best interest. Are they firing on me? They're not firing on me. I think they're in need of a big change. I don't know how long the player base can handle it. I'm a diehard, so I will keep purchasing the expansions, but I can't speak to... And I'm the same way, right? I will support ArenaNet. I think I've spent so much time in the world of Guild Wars, and I love this world. And I think even expansions that aren't as great, like Janthia Wilds, right? The expansion story was kind of, by the end of it, was kind of a flop, and there's a lot of issues that I have with it. Even at that point, I am not, like, I will still support ArenaNet because of, overall, this is still one of my favorite games of all time, right? And I've had many great times with it, many great experiences. I've had a lot of fun, and I still enjoy playing it to this day. And I play it not because it feels like a job. I play it because I have a good time playing it, you know? And there's something to be said about that after 10,000 hours of it, right? Like, oh my god. The sharpshooters are the worst because they just do so much damage. Ooh, look at that. Let's see if there's someone down here. Trampler, I can fight you.
I promise a painful end.
But yeah, I just think that it's in their best interest because it's just going to get harder and harder and harder to compete with all these games coming out because you have new games, new MMOs coming out. Yeah, most of the MMOs that are coming out flop, right? And they don't last a long time. But eventually there will be MMOs that come out that will, you know, usurp the other MMOs, right? Or maybe other MMOs will go down. Like Final Fantasy XIV has seen a huge drop in revenue and player base since Dawn Trail, right? And that's genuinely scary. And I think one of the reasons is because they have this, you know, I think it's because every expansion has kind of felt the same to people. And one of the reasons why people were invested in the game was because they were interested in where the story was going. But now that they're trying to start like a new story in a way, people are not really impressed with the way that they're doing this, the way that they're releasing these expansions. And without the story, you know, the thing is that when you're looking at like open world like Final Fantasy XIV, the combat is just so stale, right? And that goes for World of Warcraft as well. it's just World of Warcraft pumps out so much content. I think that a lot of people are still bound to it, right? Like they've just been playing it for so many years that they're kind of, it's part of their lives now. But I think Final Fantasy 14, you know, they're in danger, and I think one of the reasons is just the combat. The combat is just so boring, and I don't think it's helping the game at all. And I think a lot of people are just kind of done with the way that they're doing the expansions and the way that it all feels kind of, from what I heard, is like it feels very samey. Like all the content, all the expansions feel kind of have the same rhythm to it. They have the same kind of, you know, nothing seems to be like improving, but nothing gets like really worse, and it's all kind of like genuinely the same stuff, from what I understand. But yeah, the combat I think is one of the things, you know, it's not engaging. It's the reason why I don't play it. I love Final Fantasy 14. I love the world. I love the lore. I love the characters. I love the animations. I love the classes. I love the lore. I love all of it. I really, really do. But the combat is so boring. It is so boring. It's so boring that I just can't get on board with it. I've tried it over and over. I have it installed right now on my computer. I've had it installed, but I don't turn it on. Like it just becomes so boring. So lame. I've been starting to play Guild Wars 2. Yeah, and I think a lot of people have been pleasantly surprised by Guild Wars 2. Right? Guild Wars 2 always had this weird stigma right from the day that it was released. Like, oh, it's for casuals because it doesn't have any end game. It doesn't have any it doesn't have a rating. It doesn't have any end game. It's just for filthy casuals, right? And like, it doesn't have a gear treadmill was the thing after that, right? It doesn't have increase in level. They're still level 80. Like, that's so boring, right? But I think people are realizing now that there is an interesting way that a company can approach an MMO and the end game. Does ArenaNet do a perfect job of the way that they handle the end game? No, I don't think so. I think there is a lot of ways that they could handle it better, but I think they're a really good example of it's a good MMO that does, look at that. There's so much health. Oh my god, I gotta run out of here. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Okay. Someone is jumping in there. It's a berserker, so this person knows what they're doing. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go try to help with the boss out there. Whoa, I got 10 shiny baubles. That's so much money. What is that, 3 gold? Jump. No. I didn't have to think. Okay, I gotta get over there. I need to be part of that fight over there. Okay, I'm just gonna go down here. Okay. I knew that was gonna happen. The Guild Wars 2 Sigma is rough. Yeah. Well, WoW clone is another. That's the thing. It's not even a WoW clone. Guild Wars 2 is like so far removed from WoW that even its own world, the world, the lore, the races, the characters, the content, the combat, it's so different from anything WoW. WoW clone is like, if anyone says Guild Wars 2 is a WoW clone, is completely ignorant of Guild Wars 2 and has not played enough of it. This is so dangerous for me to be doing, but I can use the other person as a scapegoat. Oh my god. They're coming out. I'm running. Dude, I am not.
You cannot hurt me.
Dude, that is scary as hell. I'm leaving. I'm not risking that for that fight. I'm not doing this. I am really low level. These are way higher level anyways. I need to go to a different area right now. I'm gonna leave here. Honestly, I'd love if Guild Wars 3 has level and gear increases per expansion. The carrot on the stick is real. I I don't know about that. I think one of the best things that that Guild Wars 2 has is the valuing the player's time, respecting the player's time is one of the best things about it. That is exactly that's exciting, but not a direct power increase. See, and that's the thing. I think what ArenaNet needs to look at is the idea of doing horizontal progression past level 80, right? The mastery system was supposed to be that, but they never really got it to the point where it feels good. They need to find a way to make the mastery system interesting and engaging for long enough until the next expansion, right? Where it becomes an investment in, rather than levels and gear increases and stat increases, to something else. There is a way that they can design that, right? And I'm not a obviously I'm not a developer in any shape or form, right? But there is a way that they could still design it without having the level increase. I think the idea of not having to make new gear every expansion and still being okay, like that's a good thing for Guild Wars 2. I think it's one of the things that keeps people coming back to the game, because I don't think Guild Wars 2 is strong enough in its end game to support something like having gear increases, gear stat increases, level increases, like any of that, right? Like, I don't think Guild Wars 2 is strong enough to do that, right? And I think it would lose a huge chunk of its player base. So I don't know. I agree. I wish there was a way. I respect Arena for doing it, but there has to be some sort of carrot. The mastery system wasn't enough. Get rid of inventory wars. That obviously the inventory wars is awful. The inventory, I mean, even now, like I'm gonna tell you guys something. I actually posted something about the inventory stuff on the partner Discord. It's like one of the only things that I posted on there. I don't post ever really anything, but that was one of the things, because it's still such a mess, right? Like, the inventory is still such a mess. I think ArenaNet knows that, and I think ArenaNet understands that, and I think they would not make that mistake again in Guild Wars 3. I think that's a lesson they've learned, right? Like, the unidentified gear was the first step, right? The open all containers was another step where they made this. I think ArenaNet kind of understands that. I don't think I think that's a different issue from the end game stuff anyways, but there has to be some kind of carrot. I agree with you, but I think they need to look at the mastery system. I think they need to figure out how they can make the mastery system something that's exciting and not something that people think of a grind and just think, oh my god, I gotta get these fucking masteries done, so let me just grind this gear real quick, right? Like, they need to come up with a way where they can make that genuinely, like, people want to go for that, and it makes them feel good, and it just, I don't know, like, there has to be something. There has to be something. And I think ArenaNet, as innovative as they are, they can find a way. Oh my god, 2 attacks took 2/3 of my health. Wow, that if that attack hit me, I might have gotten down. I don't know. Oh no. All right, this part might not be happening. I might have to go around. What are we doing content wise here? I can't leave until I'm level 25, so this is getting really rough right now. I can finish this. I definitely need to go back to do that. I gotta get this. I gotta get as many as I can. Going down here probably is a good idea, because there's a vista on that tree down here and a waypoint, so that both of that might get me a little bit of experience. I still have a lot of faith in ArenaNet to innovate. Yeah, I think so. I think they need to innovate, not in everything and anything that they do, but in the places where it matters. right? Like, I think they've realized that, you know, they tried to innovate on endgame and tried to make it different, whatever, and they ended up going back to raids, okay? And I think they've learned their lesson there. I think it's ArenaNet needs to learn the lessons and think of the lessons they have learned over the years, and innovate where it counts, right? Innovate on endgame, or on what's past level. What's past level 80? What can we do, you know, once we hit max level without increasing the level all the time, right? Having all the content be like, that's the great thing about having level 80 be the be all end all, is that all the content to a degree is still relevant, right? All of the different maps are still relevant. Yes, power creep is a big issue, and I think ArenaNet, what they need to do is they need to do what they did in Guild Wars 1. They already had a great way of solving power creep in Guild Wars 1, is because in Guild Wars 1, enemies used player skills. They used skills that players would use. So when you made those stronger, guess what? You made the enemies stronger. And that's a great way to balance it. You have automatic balance. They need to do that again. They need to have, in Guild Wars 3, they need to have enemies be player professions and use player skills and weapons. Okay? That's how they find it. That's how they can balance it. That way they don't have to worry about bringing every bit of content up to snuff, because they can just, you know, whatever. We just made this one attack way stronger. Well, this one boss uses that attack, and now boss is now stronger. And that's okay. You know? They just need the resources, time, and opportunity. I think Guild Wars 2 is that chance to prove it. I hope so, right? I hope that Guild Wars 3 is a success, obviously, right? And I hope that ArenaNet is really going to take the lessons of Guild Wars 2 serious and really learn their lessons. Not just say they've learned their lessons and then not learn the lesson, right? That's been kind of something that ArenaNet has been doing over the last couple of years, is saying they've learned a lesson and then not actually learning the lesson and continuing making the same mistakes. And it's like, you just said you learned this lesson and you keep doing it. But like, you know, actually learning the lesson, actually showing that they've learned this lesson.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and just combining the best parts of Guild Wars 1 with the best parts of Guild Wars 2. And yeah, and I think they have a solid game with a new engine, an engine that's easy to work on, an engine that, you know, where they don't immediately start out with already, like, you know, use it, like, as far as we know, it's going to be Unreal Engine 5, right? Like, that's what they keep hiring for. So it's going to be Unreal Engine 5. So it's going to be a good engine. And ArenaNet, they really knows how to, like, do a lot with an engine, I think. And they really know how to make it so it doesn't just feel like an Unreal Engine 5 game, but it feels like something that is ArenaNet and Guild Wars. But I'm very excited to see what it looks like, what they can do with it, and just make it to the point where they don't bury themselves, like, where they keep it open to the point where they can go back and maybe change things. I think one of the things is that one of the problems was that ArenaNet was all about, we keep moving on, right? More content, we move on, we don't look back, right? And that's one of the big issues that we have with Guild Wars now, right? It's the weapons that need to be looked at, right? It's the content that needs to be looked at, right? It's all older stuff, right? The newer stuff is whatever, but the older stuff is what kind of is like, in a lot of ways, is kind of lagging behind. And like the Zaitan fight, right? So you know, if they learn that lesson, it's like, make sure that you can go back and that you don't have spaghetti code to go through. There's always going to be some, I'm sure, that is probably part of just being a developer. But if you add enough nodes into your code, and you add enough or notes in there to explain to people later on, other developers later on that might want to go in and change some of the stuff to make them understand what that code means, that it makes it easier for them, right? One of the things that I feel like not a lot of people have been talking about, there was a person, this was right around the time the firings were happening, all that stuff, and Mike Z, if you guys remember, Mike Z took over as game director for like a couple years or whatever. From what I understand, there was, and I don't know if this is true, but I just remember that this was something that was kind of circulating that people were talking about. But it makes sense when you think about it. Was that when they were doing season 4 and then going into Iceberg Saga and stuff like that, that they were instructed, and there has to be some kind of quote somewhere out there, and I could probably find it if I dig deep enough, right? But apparently the developers were instructed to not put any notes into any of the code that they were making. Any of the code that they were writing, they were instructed to just write the code. Don't put any notes, don't care, just pump it out. Just pump out the code, just get everything going. We want to move on from this, right? And that apparently stopped them from being able to go back and fix some of it, because they were now looking at this code and they had no idea what part in the code was doing what. They didn't know. So when they would try to go fix something, they would be like, okay, looking at the code, we can see that this is supposed to be doing this, but then we don't really know, right? And then they tried to like change it, and it fucked up a bunch of other things, right? And so like by deleting this line of code, not knowing really what it did, or changing it or whatever, right? You now have all these other things that were dependent on that piece of code that are now broken, right? So, and again, I don't know anything about game development, but from what I understand though, you can leave. I love this. This is like an old like wine rack that just kind of been overgrown. Oh, there's another one there. It's raining inside. So it's important to learn those lessons, right? To make sure you leave notes in your coding. Oh, I guess I dropped the board. I don't know when I have. To leave notes, to make sure, you know, those lessons. Like, I want ArenaNet to learn those lessons for Guild Wars 3 so that they can move on and say, and genuinely move on, but also can come back to older things and fixes as much as they need to. Fix them as much as they need to, you know? So.
I'm grateful.
I'm grateful. I just need one more. I just need one more dirty Sylvari. You there, you're very dirty. Here's some water.
I'm feeling fulfilled. Your contribution was more.
Oh, I leveled up. Perfect. Doesn't matter. I'm not changing that weapon anyways. Yep. Doing first person makes jumping puzzles like very interesting too. Okay. Experience. Where can I get... Oh. Can I help with that? I could help if there's other players. I don't know if I can do this by myself. It's level 22. I am level 23. So that is good. But there's just a lot of them. So they're attacking, they're fighting back. There's turrets that are attacking too. So I could make this. This could be enough experience to get me even higher. I just need to get to 25. Once I am at level 25, I can make my... Oh, no. Oh, see, this is... Oh, no, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so... No. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. See... That is where it gets scary. The problem is that they knock down these fuckers with the hammer. Oh my god, that is so scary. So scary. Holy crap. I literally thought it was over. I literally thought the run was done, you guys. Oh my god. I think I peed a little. I did not, but...
I'm at your service.
Oh no, they're attacking from the other side too. Okay, I'm glad that they're all fighting back, so that gives them other targets to attack. I just need to avoid... See, that's a hammer one? I gotta avoid the hammer, guys. Time is it? Oh, not even midnight. I thought I was still reviving that person, but I guess not. It's so hard to... Oh! Oh, oh, that was scary. I think I'm gonna stop with that. I'm gonna stop at that event. I've done enough to get... so I gotta go... I can't do that. That's not gonna happen. I could do this. So let's go underwater. Let's find the shortest route underwater. There's bandits around. And I don't know. I know a lot of people have been talking about Guild Wars 3. And people have been talking about, like, you know, what... I don't know how people feel. Like, would people like it if it was like a prequel to Guild Wars 1? Would people like it if it was a okay, that doesn't do that much damage. Okay, that was a lot of damage. So never mind on that. What would you guys like? What would you guys like for the setting of Guild Wars 3? Would you like just a, you know, same as in Guild Wars 2, where it's like 250 years in the future? Would you like a completely different setting, like a different realm in the mists or something that like has nothing to do with Tyria? Would you like a prequel to Guild Wars 1, right, where it's actually Guild Wars, right? Like that's still the one thing that a lot of people talk about is like, you know, Guild Wars 1 and 2 have never been about Guild Wars, right? So would you guys like to see, like, you know, Guild Wars 3 be about the Guild Wars? Like that would be kind of cool, right? Or be not even set at all, like be called something completely different, not even be Guild Wars 3. But in a future with expanded world. Okay. I mean, I think I like that too. I think ArenaNet has done a good job over the course. Oh, hello. 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 The crab is attacking one of the sharks, I'm pretty sure, but the shark is coming after me, so. Hollow. Oh, these are two different Hollow people. Got it. Okay, I was like, wait, Hollow is next to me. Why is there another Hollow person? I think ArenaNet has done a good job of expanding on the world in like really interesting ways in Guild Wars 2, where I could see that really being a like there's enough of the world now. Like even looking at the world map and stuff, right? There's so many areas that we have never been to and stuff. I think they've done a good job in that. For us to really explore some of those other areas in another game, right? Because Guild Wars 1 areas, even the same locations, are different in Guild Wars 2. Maybe they can experiment a bit with the world more while keeping map and lore consistent. And that would be cool, right? If they did the same thing they did with Guild Wars 1, where, you know, you go to a location and you're like, man, I remember this, right? Like you go to the location of Keswick's Hills, and you can see maybe like the ruins, you know, just as an example. I'm not saying that that's a good example or that that's something that I want, but you can see the ruins of the Tower of Nightmares, and you're like, oh man, that was the Tower of Nightmares. Like, I remember that was the season 1 story, right? Like that there's still so much value in that, in my opinion. Like, I really love that still. I still love the idea, like, anytime I go anywhere and I recognize something from Guild Wars 1, like, the other day, was it on stream? No, I don't think so. I think this was, like, something I did just, like, randomly. I went to the Granite Citadel, right? And I was at the Granite Citadel, and I was like, man, this is a Granite Citadel. Like, this is like, the location in Guild Wars 1 where I got my very first elite armor. You know, for my Elementalist. Like, it was cool. And that Elementalist is still wearing that same armor even now. Even to this day in Guild Wars 1, she's still wearing that armor. And there's something really cool about that, right? Like, I love that. I still like high fantasy. Of course, Guild Wars now has mechs and stuff, but I wouldn't want a super futuristic world. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I think having certain parts of it, like the Asura be super, you know, in that or whatever, like giving the option of like, hey, I want to play a race that is like that, is cool. I like that, you know, but I like the high fantasy, and I think that's still my favorite part of Guild Wars 2 is the high fantasy stuff, you know. And I think even Guild Wars 2 has kind of stepped away from the high fantasy, because when I look at something like Queensdale, for example, like, there's nothing in Queensdale. When like, imagine Queensdale in the real world, you would think that that's a town from, like, let's not talk about people, races, or whatever, like, just the actual map, the content of the map. You could look at it and you could be like, well, that was a city in the Middle Ages, right? Like, this was an area in the Middle Ages, right? It's not that high fantasy that you go into areas like Queensdale or even Keswick's Hills or something, and you say, whoa, okay, that's like, you know, like, yeah, Keswick's Hills has the floating tower. Like, that's the most high fantasy that you get there, right? Like, you have the remains of this giant tower. Like, there's that, right? But when you look at Queensdale, like, it feels like a city in the, you know, they kind of stepped away from that, because Guild Wars 1, I feel like, was a little bit more so high fantasy, where you kind of looked at the areas and you're like, wow, that's very, like, that's high fantasy, right? Like, that wouldn't be a thing in the real world, you know. Guild Wars 2's events are still the best world stuff in MMOs. If Guild Wars 2 can expand the event system, 100%. I am so baffled, flabbergasted, if you will, right, by the where are all these sharks coming from? Jeez. By the amount of MMOs that exist out in the world that do not have a dynamic event system. The dynamic event system, in my opinion, to this day, is still the single most amazing invention in all of MMOs. And still one of the reasons why Guild Wars 2 is one of the best MMOs out there. Because I can go through a map 17 times and still come across events that don't work. And I don't understand. I really don't understand why not even, like, because this dynamic event system could be implemented in real life, like in other RPGs. This doesn't have to be in MMOs. This could be in other RPGs, but other RPGs don't do this. Yes, they have things like, you know, Final Fantasy has their fates and Rift had their rifts, and stuff like that. But it baffles me that no one has iterated on this really, really good system that makes this MMO feel so alive. And like, every playthrough feels different because I'm gonna be doing events that, you know, now over 10,000 hours I've done every event bazillion times, but I'm saying, like, the first 5, 6, 7, 10 playthroughs are all different because I'm encountering all these different events, and they could be at different stages, and they could be, you know, I'm playing a different character, so I might approach it in a different way, or I might do it, you know, whatever. Like, and it's so cool to me, and it's weird to me that they have, like, no one has looked at that. It like it's genuinely, there it is again, day of the word, genuinely really. There's a dead person in here. Hello? Oh, look at that mouse. It's crazy to me that no MMO has looked at that. Like, WoW has been copying a bunch of shit from Guild Wars 2 because they know that it's fucking good. But one thing they haven't, and I don't know this, but I'm gonna go from what I understand about it. I don't play WoW anymore. I haven't played WoW in a very, very, very long time. But they haven't looked at the like dynamic events. Why is this not a more common thing in MMOs? The most recent MMO, well, one of the most recent MMOs that I've played was Throne and Liberty. And they have dynamic events. They have these events that happen, but they're nothing like the dynamic events in Guild Wars 2, and they only happen far and few between. These are not that they don't happen all across the map, and there's all kinds of different ones, and they don't chain into each other, and there aren't like boss fights, and there aren't like meta events and stuff like that. There's none of that, right? They just have like these big area events where like, okay, everyone hunt down these wolves and you turn in your wolf pelts and whoever gets the most wins. Like, it's like this little competition that they have, right? Like they have these different events that happen. But other than that, there's no events. So it feels like an old school MMO from 2005 with like a great combat. I like the combat in Throne and Liberty. I think it's fun and interactive. It's like an action combat, right? But it's like you know, you get these quests of killing 10 centaurs and they're standing in a field. And that was one of the things that in 2009 or whenever the manifesto trailer came out, that was something that Colin Johansson in the trailer said, how exciting. There, you know, you get this quest, you swing your sword again, you have these centaurs standing in a field, and you get a quest that says, kill 10 centaurs. I think that was actually Rhys Sosby that says that, right? She's like, that's not fun. She says that in the trailer. She's like, you get a quest to kill 10 centaurs, and you go into the field and you kill 10 centaurs, and they're standing in a field, and they're not doing anything. That's not fun. That's not what we want in our game. And I'm like, that is something that was said in 2009, and no other MMO on the market has figured out a way to make that as good as Guild Wars 2 has, as ArenaNet has done in Guild Wars 2. It is crazy to me. Without events, Guild Wars 2 would have been long dead. I think that's a little extreme, in my opinion. I think that's a little extreme to say. I think there's other things. Like I said, I think the valuing the player's time. I think the Fashion Wars endgame being, you know, I think a lot of people love that, right? There's a lot of other things that carry Guild Wars 2 as a game, as an MMO. I think there's other things that make Guild Wars 2 a decent game, right? But I think when you're talking about the actual open world content, yes, I think one of the main pillars are the dynamic events, right? There's other things, right? Like, I think some of the boss battles are cool. I like, you know, the strikes and stuff like that, I think are fun, genuinely. Like, I think the raids, there's a lot of raids that are actually pretty decent. Like, I've done them myself and stuff. So there's other things that kind of, the combat, I think the professions and the elite specializations, I think are really cool because they feel very unique to the world of Guild Wars. There's a lot of other things that carry it, so I wouldn't say that it would have been long dead, but I will say that it is a very strong pillar of the PvE content. I will agree on that. So I don't think that Guild Wars 2 as a game, I think what it is more so is that Guild Wars 2 wouldn't even exist if, like, it wouldn't even be Guild Wars 2 if the dynamic, I think the dynamic event system was, again, go back and watch those old trailers. The dynamic event system was such an integral part of what made Guild Wars 2 Guild Wars 2 that I don't think there even would be, like, Guild Wars 2 would have never come out if the dynamic event system hadn't been part. Like, I don't think there's any universe where Guild Wars 2 doesn't have dynamic events, because I think it's such an integral part of what Guild Wars 2 is, and part of what drove them to create Guild Wars 2, right? Like, I think that's something that I would put my money on, you know, so. I don't know if I can finish this hard. Can I? Are the traps back? Was there more traps around that I maybe didn't see? I was kind of looking around to see if I could see other traps, but I don't. There's nothing to do in the town, which is kind of sad. Was there any traps up here? I don't see any. See, and the traps haven't come back yet. The traps have not come back yet, so I don't know how to finish this. I don't have an underwater weapon. I don't know. Oh, there's a trap there. Sharks everywhere. There's sharks above me. Sharks below me. Sharks everywhere. I see the shadow moving. There's two shadows moving right behind me. Oh my god, it's like Jaws. Jesus. Get out of here. Oh, there's toxic. Oh, there's a crab trap. Crab trap. It's like Goof Troop, right? Crab trap. Toxic, I don't want to fight. Toxic are really strong. Any Toxic Alliance is really strong. Please leave me alone. My god. Sharks. Swim through the hole. I don't see any more. I don't see any more traps. Also, Guild Wars 2 better have a community manager. Do we not have a community manager now? Isn't Ruby our community manager? I don't know. It's a genuine question. There it is again, genuine. It's an honest question. Let me rephrase that. It's an honest question. Because I don't know. Ooh, look, there's a crate. Oh god. Look at that shark. Those sharks have like really far. Ooh, there's a trap too. I'm gonna not get that shard because that doesn't help me. But there is a trap. This is dangerous. Toxic are really strong. I need to be super careful. I need to keep swimming through that hole right here. Okay, just escape. Let's get the heck out of here. Okay, perfect. I should be safe. Oh my god, I'm so close to getting this done. Alright, maybe I'll come back to this. Maybe these traps will regenerate or something. Who knows? And I think that proves my point. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I think that's it's a very strong point too, right? But it goes. I think that kind of speaks to the point I had earlier, where I talked about the transparency. ArenaNet feigns transparency, but they're not actually transparent. They're far. Garden Hoe. Oh yeah. They're actually not transparent. They're actually very not transparent. Like they give us what they want to give us, and they don't give us things that they feel like we don't need to know, right? And I think it's like, that's not really being transparent. If you're picking and choosing the things that you want us to know, and you're being very picky about the things that you're telling us, that's not really being transparent, right? I think transparency comes to like you know, transparency comes in when you talk about issues that are maybe hard to talk about, or maybe you don't, you know, it's just kind of like, this is like, we're getting kind of real here, right? Like, what's going on here? Look at these fish. What the hell? Why are these like stuck in like, I mean, I get why they're stuck on the ground, but why are they like stuck like that? Like, at least make them float on the surface, but the way that they're positioned, they're not floating on the surface. Whatever. So you know, I don't know. I think that ArenaNet still has a long way to go on being transparent, right? When I look at other companies, when I look at other MMO companies, you know, there's a lot of them, specifically when we're talking about like Final Fantasy 14, for example. Like Yoshi P, I mean, he's like, you know, he will admit to like things aren't looking good and we're looking at it, right? Like, how many times have you heard ArenaNet say that about any of their content? How many times have you heard ArenaNet say that a content drop that they have put out wasn't good? I don't think I've ever seen ArenaNet do that. Like, acknowledging that maybe something you released wasn't good, right? Like, that alone, to me, would go so far in being able to trust ArenaNet, right? Being like, okay, if you acknowledge that whatever you released wasn't good, right? But you did your best, but you need to just kind of take it a different approach or whatever, right? Like, there's a lot of different ways that they could phrase it. I think that would go a long way to making people understand like the struggle and those types of things, you know. So definitely, yeah, like get Grouch or Dev sit down in front of a camera and do a Q&A. I mean, really, right? Like, it's that easy, and they can cherry pick the questions that they answer, but at least give us some give us some of the hard-hitting questions and give us some insight into what's going on. Right, one of the things that I always talk about whenever I make these videos about the studio update that they do, right? And I'm always so cynical about it, because the studio updates are always, they talk about how, oh yeah, we're gonna really, you know, when they originally talked about them, they're like, yeah, we're gonna give you guys like insight into what's going on and give you reasoning. And for many years, they would just like talk around the point and not give us any details. And it's like, you're saying a lot of words, but they don't mean anything. Like, there's no meaning behind any of this. None of this is impactful. None of this is actually life-changing. Like, this doesn't change my opinion about how I feel about you or the content, right? Because you're just giving me a bunch of gibberish that, you know, yeah, so we looked at it and we learned the lessons, and we, you know, and we're really, you know, we're digging deep into like your guys' feedback, and we're really, that's all PR talk, okay? That's all you're doing. That's PR talk, and it doesn't, it's just you know, it's not there's nothing to that. There's no like, there's no value in that. There's no, you know, I don't know. It's just like, might as well not say anything, because that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, I would hope you learn from your mistakes. I would hope that you always learn from your mistakes. Like, tell us something. And that's why I love the very last blog post they did, the one they did after GNT was. I really like that, because they said specific things that they learned. They actually went into specifics. And I'm like, oh my God. Why did it take them so long to figure out that they need to give us more specifics on things that they have learned? You know what I mean? Like, it felt really good reading that blog post. I was like, oh man, this is good. Like, yes, okay, I'm feeling it, right? Okay, I guess I'm down to, so whoa, what is this caravan of players? What's happening there? Looks like it's a guild that are all hanging out. Mist? That's cool. I love that. I think I'm gonna start attacking these yellow creatures to get some extra experience points there. Pretty sure we're due for a studio update something in next month. Yeah, I think we're gonna get something. You know, and obviously I will cover it and I'll make a video on it. But yeah, I think we're gonna get something. I do know that there is some kind of blog post in the works. That's all I can say. Obviously, you know. But yeah, I do know that there's something going on. So, but, you know, I don't know, like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't... It's just... I want more of that, right? Like, I want more of that transparency to kind of go back to that subject I was just talking about. Is like, I want them to go back to... Or I want them more to do that more often. Like, I want to see them talk about these issues that they're having, right? Like, talk about the issues that you have, the hurdles that you have, right? One of the things was that they talked about, which was it during Janthia Wilds or post Janthia Wilds, where they talked about they tried to make the Coden a playable race. Why don't you make a blog post about that? I think a lot of people would be very interested in hearing exactly how that process went, so that once and for all, people can shut up about not having playable Coden in game. If you give me a detailed rundown of what you tried to do, the approach that you tried to take it, and how that didn't work out, I think a lot of people would be like, oh, okay, you know, the issues that you run into and why that didn't work out in the end, and why you thought that was not a good idea to, like, bring into life, right? Like, I think a lot of people would stop asking for playable races if they see what the issues are that they're running into. What are the problems that they're having, right? People still, to this day, every expansion, playable Tengu, playable Koden, playable Square, playable Quagga, playable Choya, playable Farts. Like, it's just every time you get that, all right? I don't disagree with them because we've never gotten a specific reason why we don't have another playable race, you know? But they could give us those reasons. They could sit down and they could give us the reasons behind this. Like, it's just, I don't understand why they don't give us the insight into that, right? Like, it's why wouldn't they, right? That's all you can say. That's all I can say. Remember, I did sign an NDA, and I would like to keep my partnership, so that is all I can say. Do I know more? I don't know. No, I don't want to fight scale. Okay, I'm just trying to find, like, I'm moving back to this corner. Hey, thank you for following. So you subscribed and didn't follow? I love that. That's really funny. That's really funny. I don't do, I will say that Twitch is not my main platform. So I will say that, you know, most of my content will come out on YouTube, and my YouTube people will always be, you know, kind of there. So I hate this. I hate this. This is night. It's nighttime. Do you guys see this? It's supposed to be nighttime. It doesn't look like nighttime at all. This map, I think this map is one of the worst when it comes to displaying night and day and night. Right? You see the moon over there, but it's bad. 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 But I still do Twitch because, you know, most people are on Twitch, and I could get potential raids, and I want to have a bigger viewership. and blah blah. Like there's certain things that Twitch does better than YouTube, but most things YouTube does better than Twitch, in my opinion. Yeah, normally I watch you also because Twitch has terrible UI. Twitch is awful. I hate Twitch. Twitch is just ugh, so bad. It doesn't promote you. It doesn't promote anyone, unless you have like 100,000 people watching you. Like they don't promote you, right? There's like no promotion happening. The only thing you see on their main website are the big streams of whatever events that they have going on, right? When you go into any category of any game, the first thing that you see on there are the big streamers, the people that already have, like, I think those people that have, like, the more people you have watching, the lower on the list you should be. People should have to scroll through all the little people to get to the big people, in my opinion. I know that might be a little harsh, and that might kind of, you know, obviously that might kind of hurt the bigger people, but, you know, if you're a big fan of it and you have a big following, then it shouldn't be a problem for you to retain your viewer base. So they're gonna go to your link directly anyways. They're not sifting through. They're not sifting through all the other people. They're going directly to your channel. There's people on Twitch that I watch and I go directly to their channel. I don't search through Guild Wars to watch this person. You know, I don't search through this game to watch the specific person. I know who it is and I go directly on their channel. I type in their name on Twitch and I go to their channel, right? So I think it should be the reverse of how it's set up, which is bad. Okay, I don't want to fight these guys because they do a lot of damage, but these are lower level enemies. So I think I'm safe to kind of level up here. So I guess I'm gonna have to defeat enemies. There is a vista. There's three vistas. Oh, maybe I'll get all this stuff then. Let's do that. I see some vistas and points of interest I can do. When you start streaming on TikTok, gonna get all those Gen Alpha folk. Don't even get me started. Everyone has been telling me, you should stream on TikTok. You get all this engagement. I'm like, but I don't want it. My sister streams on TikTok, okay? So, just so you guys know, my sister streams on TikTok. My sister streams about 9 hours a day on TikTok, okay? And she tells me how rough it is. It gets fucking rough on there, okay? Like, you think Twitch is bad? No. So I have not jumped onto the TikTok wagon yet. Maybe at some point in time I will do that. But right now I am not doing it. Bro, dude, what? So much damage. So much damage for no reason. There's 3, and I do not want to fit. There's only 1 dude going in here. I'm not doing it. I have a feeling I'm gonna die if I do that. I'm gonna do what I said. I'm gonna go that vista up there. Can I please jump? Jesus. Hello? Why do I keep being stung? I can't jump over? Okay, I guess. I keep getting stung. I refuse doing TikTok. I know a lot of people are like, you should do TikTok, and I did at some point. I did do TikToks, just so you guys know. I released my early shorts on TikTok, but I don't do that. I think I did the first 2-3 shorts that I made. I released it on TikTok. I want to say. Alright, so no one ever takes this path, but this is a genuine path that you can take up the mountain. It's kind of cool. It's one of these like less traveled roads that not a lot of people go to.
You got me.
I'm gonna start defeating everything in sight. I think I'm gonna have to start doing that. It's like the MMO way, right? Like you see an enemy, you attack it because it gives you experience points. So I'm definitely gonna have to do that on the yellow enemies because they give a lot of experience points. I need to kind of get to that point where I start doing that a lot. See, and I'm high enough level as well where even if they keep attacking me, they don't do that much damage. You know, I'm like 6 levels higher than this guy, so that's gonna be a nice way for me to grind a little bit of experience. So I'm gonna have to, I think that's part of it as well. I need to start realizing like just randomly attacking like killing enemies that are just around, especially the yellow ones, is a vital part of this run. It's obviously going to take a lot of time away, but in the end, this might be a lot of experience points that I gain through that. Toxic oozes? Where did they come from? There's a lot of them too. Look at these guys. I wonder where they're going. We'll probably give you a lot to the extra. Yeah, so, and I think that's a smart idea, right? Like, I don't think anyone comes up this way ever. This particular road here, like, I don't think a lot of people, because a lot of people to get up here, they'll go through that cave here, or they'll, you know, now they'll use the sky scale to get up. I don't think a lot of people walk up here anymore, you know? So any enemies I find there are probably really good to, well, never mind. Prove me wrong, will ya? Goodbye! Oh my god. Okay, so, I think I need to go into, like, the different, I'm gonna go down here, like, in the, I'm gonna go down here and defeat some enemies down here, because not a lot of people go down here, I don't think, in order to get there. And then I'm gonna go down, get that, and then journey up here, and, oh, get that, I never got that. So, by that time, I should be level 25. This looks like there would be, like, this looks almost like a little arena. Like, there would be a like, some kind of event that pops here. Oh. Alright, so let's go down into, down here. Yeah, I want to actually... Alright, let's attack this guy. Random Earth Elemental. I don't know. I don't think these guys are too strong. They're more defensive oriented rather than damage. As you guys can see, the punches don't do anything. So it's also a matter of picking your fights. I don't know how strong this guy is, for example. See, he doesn't do that much damage. I think he's more of a defensive type of enemy. So killing these guys is probably a really good idea for me. And these give a lot of experience too, so. Still have a level and a half to go, so it's gonna be a lot of enemies that I gotta kill. Oh, there's the Ettins. Lousy Ettin, I see you in there.
Ettins are gone.
Oh, never mind. Someone just defeated all the Ettins.
The Ettins gone, I can reveal a reward.
I know points of interest and stuff on... Oh, that point of interest in that fire cave might be kind of tough to get to, though. Because there's a lot of destroyers around, but if I just run, I should be okay? Might be dangerous. Jesus, YouTube is doing a lot of ads today. I have my stream up on my phone here. There's a lot of ads coming on YouTube. Jeez. I mean, they're all like, all of mine that I'm getting are very skippable. Like, they're just 5 seconds and I can like skip them or whatever. But there's a lot of them that keep popping up. Yeah, so this has been giving me a lot of experience points already. Oh my god, my inventory. My inventory. Alright, I gotta get up there. Ooh, Firefly. This is probably gonna give me a lot. They don't do that much damage. I think they do some damage, but give a lot of experience points. No one ever kills these guys, like ever. So finding the enemies that are easy to kill, like these guys are very easy to kill, is another part of it. Knowing when to walk away. Oh god, 2 wards. They probably do a lot of damage. I don't want to deal with them. Alright, that gives me a little bit of experience. Not a lot, but, you know, it's a little bit. What changes did you make with the latest rules? I don't remember what they were before. So, the no gliding, I was gliding a little bit. I shouldn't have done that, but, no gliding. What else did I do? What else did I change? I remember just kind of like rewording some of this stuff too. Let me look at the well, the starter weapon, I mean, that was from the, you know, this run was the first one that I did with the weapon. The starter weapon was a new thing. Other than that, I don't think there's any new rules. Yeah, just the gliding. I took the gliding away, and just the starter weapon was something that I added. Just because I was trying to do a different approach, and it was mentioned like, well, maybe you should do only a starter weapon, and I thought it was a great idea. So, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's actually a good idea. So, the gliding, the gliding part, is not important in this trial run, but the gliding part is going to be part of the speed as well, right? Because if I can sit here and I can glide from one point to another, that probably is way faster than running there, right? So I think it's part of that. What's the furthest you've gotten on other runs? I think I want to say I did have a human in this range. I think this is the farthest that I've ever gotten. There was a couple of runs that I reached to 20, like early 20s, like 21, 22, something like that. I think this is the farthest that I've ever gotten. I don't think I've ever gotten a level 24. I I either died, or you know, I've tried different races, right? One of the issues was the experience gain, because you know the other runs I all did without a weapon, so I could only do a set amount of things in any given map. So there were certain maps where, like early maps, God, please let me just get the freaking, oh my. Okay, here's, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, this is so bad. I am so fucked right now. I am so fucked. If this is the end of my run, I'm gonna be so sad. Be so sad. Heal, heal, heal. Nope, I'm dead. 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 I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. My run is over. I can't do this. I shouldn't have done this. This was a big mistake. I'm dead. Ah. Okay, so lesson learned. Do not go into this destroyer cave. I thought I could just run through, but... So, there you go. This is the farthest I've ever gotten. I at least want to keep some of the things that I collected. So, I'm gonna put them in the bank. I'm gonna revive this character just this once and then delete him. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna keep this, and sell the other stuff at a merchant. So does that mean we're due for a blunder? Yeah, yep, there you go. We're due for a blunder. And that's something that's happened a lot in these runs, right? It's like right as I get to a difficult spot. So what I was saying right before I died was what am I doing? I just want to sell some. Sell. So now delete. So one of the things was that with the other races is that I would. The thing is the human area, obviously, because they probably focused on the human area the most. Let's be real, right? But the early map experience, the early experience, the leveling experience and stuff is way more spread out to the point where in the human area, I didn't have an issue getting to level 15 to be able to move on to map 2. All the other races, I was having issues with that. Like, I remember the Norn area, not having a weapon, anything in the later parts of the map, I couldn't do. Like, I literally couldn't do anymore. And I got to the point where I was stuck at level 12. And I'm like, I need to find 3 levels without using weapons. Somehow I need to make this happen. And I was like, there's no way. Because that would take me like 20 hours to do. And that's not fun for if you're trying to do a speed run of it, right? Like, so I was like, okay, that doesn't work. And I tried all these other races. What I want to do now is, so we've accepted taking the starter weapon. So I'm going to go with other races now. I want to try, so we did the human. The human is possible. Like I said, I think I need to, the way that I need to approach it though is I need to kill as many of the yellow enemies as the enemies that are just hanging around the map that give me bonus experience, as many of those as I can. I think that's something that I need to do. But I want to try Norn. I want to go on Norn. We'll do Warrior, or we'll do Warrior. We'll keep Warrior. And I want to try with the weapon. I want to try the approach with the weapon. So fun to watch, though. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoyed. So, like I said, eventually I want to get to the point where this is timed, right? And I want to get to the point where I have, like, it's all timed, and I have to get, like, hurry up and that type of stuff, right? So I want to get to that point. I'm gonna throw these out. So it's a fun. So now we're gonna do different approach. We're gonna do Norn instead. We're gonna do Norn. We're gonna be a little taller, so our camera is gonna look a little different. But we're gonna do that instead. So I don't need to, here's the thing, I don't need to do any of that. I'm just gonna go right to the end. It's really cool, right? And like, so now we're gonna see, because I don't want to do human again. We did human, right? So let's kind of switch it up a little bit. Now that we have a weapon, we're allowing ourselves to have the starter weapon. I'm going through and I'm doing the starter weapon, and we'll see how different the experience. Because that was one of the things in the Norn area. You will realize if you can't attack a lot of things, like half of the hearts in Wayfarer Foothills you can't do. It's really crazy. I'm just gonna wait over here. Actually, you know what? I can get experience points. I'm gonna get experience points. So nice one. Now that I can attack and I'm allowing myself to attack. Oh my god, it's so much easier early on. Look at how much damage I'm doing. Look at how much XP I'm getting too. But yeah, it's a really cool challenge. And I wanted to, you know, and I think with the setup that I have now, it's so easy for anyone to do it, right? You don't have to have a specific character in a specific way. You don't have to have any of the expansions. You don't have to do anything specific to get to the point where it makes sense. Anyone can go in, create an account with Guild Wars 2 and do this challenge, right? And really see and challenge themselves, you know?
He's reeling. Let's finish him off.
Look at all this bleed. Ow.
All hail the Slayer of Issormir. Now return to the Snow Lord's Gate as no mere hunter, but a champion.
Yeah, I did. I died. I was in the Keswick's Hills. There is the Destroyer Cave, right? There's the Destroyer Cave in Keswick's Hills, like down here or whatever. And I went in there because there's a point of interest. And as I went in there, the Destroyers just overwhelmed me. I thought I could just run through, but I got like set on fire, and there was just like a lot of stuff happening, and I didn't make it. I died. I was like, it's over. I was trying my best. I was like healing, evading, running away, doing all the things, and yeah, I didn't. So you shall have your revenge. My vengeance shall be mine. Yeah, no, it was, I was like, and it was funny because we were just talking about how so those, you know, it was like Lemon Moth was like, so how far did you get, right? And I was like, oh yeah, well, you know, this is like the farthest I've ever made. I made it into like the early 20s, and then it's like, you know, I just reached level 20, 24 or whatever, and I died, and I was like, oh my god, jeez. So, but that's okay. We're gonna try Norn. We're gonna see how well the Norn. Now that we can attack and we can gain experience like that, I'm gonna do the Norn. And we're gonna do that. A different approach. Maybe it's gonna be easier. Maybe it's gonna be quicker. I think it's also a matter of finding the best combo of doing this, right? And eventually you're gonna get better at it, and eventually you're gonna. I'm just gonna say later. I don't care. I know that that's an experience increase, but it feels like cheating too. So I'm just gonna leave it. And also not having a lot of helpers for the events that I'm doing, because everyone's going to be leaving the map now, is probably a good thing. Yeah, I know, it was very sad. I was very sad that I died, but it's okay. You know, these are just trial runs. In the beginning, if you go back to the older streams that I did of this, I was like, oh, I'm going to do this. I had a timer on, I had a death counter, I had all of these things. And I was like, first of all, I need to figure out how this is actually going to work. But... so we're gonna find out. I'm gonna be very, very, very happy the day that I actually get this challenge, that I get to level 80. I'll be so happy. I'll be like, I finally did it. It'll be great. I feel really good about that day. It'll feel really nice. It'll feel like a big accomplishment, because I feel like that would be a really good accomplishment to have. The other challenge runs were you know, I did feel the same thing there, I want to say. Wind? But again, they weren't like that much, they weren't that challenging. They were more of time investments rather than, you know, something else. So I think I'll feel much prouder when this new challenge run is done. It'll really feel like I've accomplished something that maybe other people haven't accomplished, right? I feel like it'll be something that I can be proud of because I feel like no one else has done something like this. You know, they will have done something similar. I mean, I've done similar things, but some exactly like this. I feel like this is the most difficult challenge that has been proposed in this manner, right? Like a leveling challenge or whatever. Ooh, this is 8 slots. I want that. So we move on from here. No, I can do the Vista and I can do the point of view. And probably if I finish this challenge, I'll probably make a video about it too, because I know there's like 75 billion people that don't watch my streams. So I'll probably make a video on it and kind of explain what the challenge is all about and kind of challenge other people and just make a video about that. So I got a mail. Oh, I'll take these, but I'll throw this out. Get out of here. Break that down. Pull that out. Oh, I don't need these. I'm not gonna defeat these scouts because I'm just gonna fill up my inventory with eggs. It's gonna drive me crazy. So, but I'm gonna start attacking like the Stoliac. Probably no one has defeated the Stoliac in like years, so it's probably gonna give me, look, that's a pretty nice chunk. Oh, you guys can't see it. It was a pretty nice chunk. Ooh, event. I thought I saw Minotaurs over there, but not really. Yeah, oh god. But it's a fun little challenge, and I encourage other people to try it, because I will be boasting about my world record. Even though there will only be one record probably for a long time, but I'll boast about it. Oh, hello. Jeez. Luckily the early enemies are really easy to defeat, so I'm not too worried about that. Come back. Experience points. That gave me a ton of experience points. I was gonna do the bear thing. It's also kind of easy because I don't have to worry about any of this. I don't have to worry about any of this. I don't have to worry about any of that. You can just keep going, you know, it's kind of nice actually. It's like non-stop action because you can just keep going and going. Bear trap. Yeah. Oh. I didn't know which side of the tree that guy would come down from. Because you can already start attacking them most of the time. See, I already did a little damage. I feel like there's a lot of interesting challenges that you could do in Guild Wars 2, but you know, they don't have to be like leveling challenges either, but I just wanted something that anyone could approach, you know? And that's easy to pick up. I mean, it doesn't require a specific setup, it doesn't require a specific anything. You can just like jump into the game, take off all your clothes, and that's it. Go into first person and just do it. Almost. Alright, I'm gonna go inside here. There's a tag there. Pot of the bear. Alright, I got primary. The one thing that is nice about the leveling is the attributes that you get, because they will genuinely help you. And one reason why the warrior is actually a pretty good profession to do this with is because you get, you know, you have, like, the sword does pretty decent power damage, but you also have a ton of bleeding on it, right? So it kind of helps in both ways. Alright, gotta remember. I'm so used to just running by all these enemies, I just gotta remember to just kill as many as I can. Because it's a lot of experience points that you can get. Ooh, the Sons of Sani are attacking. Perfect. I'm coming! Ah! Into the soup. Yeah. And it's also not really cheating defeating like enemies around because you're level locked, right? So you have to be in a level appropriate zone. So what happens as soon as I reach level 15, I have to leave the map. I have to then walk to the new map without defeating any enemies, without doing anything. Like, you're not allowed. If you reach, and I guess the rule would be if you reach level 16 before you get to the new map, you're then disqualified. Because you've now taken too long in the map that you weren't supposed to be in anymore. So that disqualifies a run, right? Like, there's strict rules, man. We're not playing around with this shit. Okay? Playing at night is also kind of nice because the thing about this challenge also, you know, there's a luck factor, right? It depends on how many people are helping you with events or hearts or, you know, are around to revive you essentially too. Like, if someone had been in that cave with me and revived me while I was down, like, that would have been okay. Like, I would have survived and I would have been able to get out of there, but there was no one in there, right? So I was unlucky that there was no one there at the time. So I think that is another thing that's very important to consider, is like a big luck factor. You know, time of day, it's probably the best. Like, during reset is probably the best time to do this challenge, because that is when the most players are jumping into the game and are playing, right? So there's like a little bit of that as well. So playing in the middle of the night makes the whole challenge even harder.
We steal the sacks of food from the cave. It's nasty
Avenge
stuff,
me.
though. I'm hoping I can persuade someone to help. I usually get boys to help me. Silly boys.
But I really want to see, because I remember that Norn was actually pretty good. Like I said early on, you could do a lot of things early on, but then it dropped off really quickly because we couldn't attack. But now that we can attack, I wonder if we can kind of carry that over. And I wonder, I also thought about the whole where we're going, right? Because you have to kind of consider the path that you're taking to the next map. And I think that Norn has like the best way that it's set up, because we can go from Snowden Drifts to Lornar's Pass, which then leads us to all these other higher level maps, you know, Bloodtide Coast and Timberline Falls and Mount Maelstrom and all that stuff, right? It has access to all those maps, so that I can be in level appropriate maps really easily and just like map swap real quick if I am in, you know, in danger of reaching a level that I shouldn't be in. So okay, so that is finished. I'm still gonna attack. Collect this, collect this, collect all the food. Okay, so now we gotta defend. I think I'm gonna do that further back. I don't know. Does it matter?
Smash them! My spirit endures.
So as you guys can see, we're already like a higher level than we need to be for this entire tutorial area in the southern part of Wayfarer Foothills, right? Because it usually goes to like level 5, level 6, and then from that point on you move on. We're already level 6. We're already out leveling the content here, which is good, because that's gonna make the early journey really, really easy, like genuinely really easy. So we can go in and just pretty much run across the map once we're level 15 and just get to the next map. The speed of it, right, is really nice too, because I would like to have the run as quick as possible. Oh my god, that guy is actually really strong.
Keep running!
No, where are you going? Stop.
My spirit endures.
Dude. Using healing skill, nice. Look at all that experience. This could be it, guys. This could be the one run. I mean, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna play it today, but
Maybe they can take up
I don't want to stop yet. I don't have a reason to stop yet. I might have to take a short break in a second, because I really have to use the restroom, but I'm doing okay right now. Discovering waypoints. Look at this, you guys.
Get over here! Oh.
Yeah, I'm about to level up, you guys. Leveling up again. Look at this. Wow. We're really doing it. That's wild. Oh, I can't attack underwater. These would all be so much experience. They're all so close together. I guess defeating these Jotun up here would be... I wonder, actually. You know what? Let me defeat these MOAs. Okay, they're easy to kill. They're only level 3. And they give pretty good experience points, too. Yeah, these guys give a lot of experience. Just so you guys know, there are actually events here that are actually broken. There's actually 2 events here that are just they don't. I did a short the other day about the events that don't trigger unless there's a lot of people here. These events actually are, from what I understand, they're actually broken. They don't work. There's 2 events that chain. With these Jotun, which is kind of a shame because this camp just sits here and doesn't do anything. But I'm gonna take that. Look at all that experience. I've gotten like almost half a level from killing all these guys. Alright, so now I'm gonna go to the wolf area. Let's dive! Woo! Alright, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Boo! I'm back. I don't know if I scared anyone, but I was trying. Alright, anyways, cool. Another event. Same event. I mean, this kind of feels like cheating, but it is within the rules parameters that I can do anything on this map. I have to be in level appropriate zones, not areas. Ooh. Alright, only one more. This guy's it. There we go. I don't know if there's anyone doing the brood mother. I can do that. I was on the way down there anyways. So that works out. I didn't actually drink any of them. There's no one on this map right now. Kind of nice. Kind of feels like I have the map all to myself. I think that might be the case. Isn't that what happened the other day? I didn't want to swap maps, and then it kind of left me alone, and I was in the map by myself. Wasn't that one of the streams that I had the other day? That it was like I think I'm by myself alone on this map. Oh, the way that it happened was I had the what it was. I don't know. Was that on stream? I don't remember. But the pop-up came of swapping maps. And because the map was closing, and as the pop-up came, I was looking at a vista. So the pop-up came, I watched the vista, but then when I got out of the vista, like the cinematic of the vista, oh look at Logie over here. He's floating. He be floating away. It was gone. The prompt was gone. And then down here, there wasn't the thing, and there was nothing there, and I was like, okay. And I think the same thing might have happened here, where the prompt just disappeared for no reason, but I think the map is still, like, kind of closing or something? I don't know. But it feels like I'm by myself in this map. I don't see anyone else around. There's, like, not a player anywhere inside. I mean, it is late at night, but even so, I feel like I would have seen at least one person somewhere. All of these events are just for me. I love it. I'm okay with that. That'll make all of this super easy. I get all the credit. Level up. Level up. Oh god. Yeah, the Discord is fun. I mean, we don't really talk a lot. Eventually I want to do stuff with like being on Discord with other people and stuff, so you guys can even interact with me and so on. I don't know when that, you know, maybe I'll start trying that out soon or something. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted to have something set up because I had a Discord a long time ago, but the problem was that it was originally based on my streaming, but then right around that time we were also starting a guild in game, and so we had like this split thing going where there was people in the guild that weren't watching my streams because we had just added them into the guild playing the game and stuff, and they didn't really care to watch the streams or my videos or anything like that. But then we at the same time we had the people that didn't want to be in the guild, and they were only watching my videos and my streams, and it was just like we almost had like two different like separate types of audiences in the Discord server, and then it became kind of a mess because we had certain channels for certain people, and then I also had people that, you know, at the time I had these online friends that I haven't spoken to like in a year now. I want to say I haven't spoken to any of them, but they were part of the leaders, right? They were like in charge of the Discord and stuff like that, and it's just they haven't been a part of my streaming or content creation or anything like that in a long time. So I kind of want to I closed the Discord, is what actually, like, I completely, everyone was very sad that was active in there, and I was like, yeah, but this is the only way that I can do it, because if I try to sift through all of the garbage and all of it's gonna take me way longer than just making a new channel. So I ended up making a new channel. Well, I didn't for like, I don't know, a year. I didn't have a server at all. Not a channel, a server. I didn't have a server at all, and just recently, a few months ago, I was like, okay, you know what, right now I'm in a good place where I want to do that. I want to make that. So, and it's not the thing is, I'm not basing it on my guild. I'm not basing it on who is, you know, like, who's my friend. Like, I'm not putting really anyone else. Like, yes, I might have moderators at some point. I don't have anyone that is moderator right now, but eventually there's going to be moderators and stuff. But I'm not putting anyone else in charge that isn't actively, because that was the issue, that those people had quit Guild Wars 2 and they weren't playing Guild Wars 2 anymore, and they were just kind of like hanging out. And I'm like, you know, I really made this server for Guild Wars 2, and then now we have all of this stuff going on that's not Guild Wars 2 related, which is fine. You can have that as well, but on top of all the other issues going on, I was like, this is just turning into like a huge mess that I don't really want to deal with. You know, it's just, I don't know. So we have, like, in the Discord, there are other channels for other games and stuff, but I just, yeah, I don't know. So anyways, that's kind of the story behind the Discord. Oh my God.
Come on!
And like I said, I want to do some giveaways. Once I get some giveaways, codes and stuff, I think the first batch, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. The first few I want to kind of do on there and see. And just do that on there, and then eventually I'll be doing them like on stream and stuff once I figure all the logistics out. All right, are you guys moving?
Which way do we go now?
I say we head left. See that tunnel there? I think it leads deeper in.
Okay, left it is. All the way in. Let's go.
All right.
The first hit is mine.
It's crazy how I'm already level 10 and I haven't even left the like tutorial area of the norm. That is insane. Like I said, that's gonna make this journey pretty easy. Means like I technically don't even need to, like, you know what I'm gonna do for time's sake? So pathing is gonna be an actual concern, right? Like, you have to make sure that you go the right. So I should be leaving the tutorial area because I'm already level 10, so I'm already out leveling all of the stuff, and I want to swap to the next map as soon as I can, because time is a big factor as well. So okay, so we're just gonna go north. I'm gonna get out of the training area. I don't even need to do snow leopard, whatever. I just move on from here because I'm already level 10. Like, this is crazy. So we can, what that tells me is that we can kind of cherry pick at least the early experience. We're gonna have to see later on, but that gives us a little bit of flexibility on like what we pick and choose to do. Like this one is kind of an annoying heart. I don't like doing that necessarily, right? So I can probably skip that completely every time, right? Don't have to worry about it. I don't have to get this vista down here. I don't have to go all the way in there, right? I don't have to do that because that vista isn't going to give me enough experience to really matter, and it's way out of the way, so I don't need to worry about that, right? Like I can do that, and just like go there and then leave from there. You know, if I'm already level 6, 7, 8, something like that, I can move on already. If I need to, I can always stop and do this, or do an event, or, you know, defeat enemies on the way or whatever, but yeah, so.
Some thugs are blocking the road. Someone get
Well, we're gonna get rid of those thugs. Give us a little bit more experience points. I'm okay with that. Okay. Like, I'm not even gonna do this hard either because I don't need to. I might defeat someone Longhorn and Rams on the way. But this hard is also annoying, and I can just skip it. It's only level 6 anyways. I'm already almost level 11. That's a lot of experience. I could probably technically avoid going up there. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna avoid going there. Oh, Joffrey, that's an easy one to do. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna probably let me level up. Because that's an easy... Ooh, see, veterans are so kind of strong. Dodge the attack. Oh, I dodged too late. I suck at dodging, okay? After all these... Oh, right in the butt. Oh, yeah, it's... Alright. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go north. I'm already level 11. I'm just gonna cherry pick the things that are easy and quick to do. By killing that guy. Killing this guy. Or even killing any of these MOA. Oh god. They're strong. Strong in flocks. I feel like these guys haven't been killed. Let's get that. Let's see how much experience that gives me. I'm halfway through the second bar. I'm almost through the second bar. Ooh, that gives good experience there. Boom, boom. Gave me like a whole bar. It was like 11% for my level. Things are getting stronger now as I move on. I wonder how strong this guy is. Not that strong, actually. I mean, I am level 10 right now, so... Yeah, these guys are stronger than the freaking rock dogs are. Oh god. Let's just keep doing the rock dogs. I'll probably go like another 20 minutes or so. Probably end at like 1:30. Because I'm kind of, you know, I think chat is slowing down and I'm slowing down myself, so I think it'll be a good time. I'll be back tomorrow, later today, because it is a new day already. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I wanna maybe do something else. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe ArenaNet has a blog post coming out. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think so. They've been doing it weird, right? Like they used to do them at specific times, and now they're doing them. Now they're doing them. Like they're releasing them at like these random times. That's really weird. Alright, I'm just gonna collect one of these things. 2 stones? No. You don't want that. What do you want? 5 stones. Hell yeah. Perfect. I can get rid of these stones. Oh my god. All these things. Oh, the harvesting was another rule. I used to allow harvesting, but I changed that because we added the weapon, so the harvesting I took out. The harvesting was originally not something I had included, but once I realized that gaining experience was so hard, I was like, ooh, maybe gathering like will help give me a little bit of an edge, but even that wasn't enough of an edge, so I needed the weapon. The weapon part is needed for sure, so I'm okay with that. But then I figured, I'm like, okay, well now we're adding too many sources of experience points, and we shouldn't be doing it. It's not that I can attack, I can just attack random enemies around if I really need to. There's no end to the amount of experience that I can get. Before that was an issue, now it's not anymore. I love that these guys are stronger than their boss. I'm also not playing at like super high I have myself locked at 60 frames right now. I could be playing at like 144. Maybe that would make it like smoother for me even. I don't know if that changes. It probably doesn't, because I don't capture above 60, so I don't know if that even changes for you guys, but oh my god, jeez. Leveled up. Level 12 already. It's going fast, you guys. It's going fast. Where's the other guy? There he is. Alright, we'll move on from here. I could probably get some stuff here. Yeah, I am the only person on this map. It feels so weird. It's almost like you're playing Guild Wars 1 as a single player game, right? Like, that's strange to me, you know what I mean? Ooh, we have a time limit. Let's go revive this guy. Let's kill these guys. Like, it's so weird being the only person on this map. See, every event is happening because there's no one to take care of the events but me. So it's kind of cool actually to have that. Oh god. Oh god.
I should have known. The sons of Svanir have turned them to Jolmag. That is a totem to dragon. Destroy that foul totem. Dragon cannot take the Grawl. They're a pain. But they are our pain.
Doesn't it spawn enemies that come up here? From like below there? Oh god, yeah, there's ice elementals. Alright, final thrust. Doesn't do that much. Once you reach like level 10, you can really see that the sword is becoming so weak. It is so much less powerful. It will be interesting to also see how the other professions work, right? Like Ranger is going to be the one that's the easiest because you get, as a starter weapon, you get the bow and you have your pet that does a ton of damage. So it's going to be so much easier and so much faster to do it on Ranger. Can't imagine your level sword. Yeah, I mean, my sword is probably going to do nothing in those areas, right? Like, I think the only thing that will do something will be the bleeding, right? The bleeding part of it, but the actual it'll be more depending on the condi rather than the power damage there, where it's all about applying as many of the bleeds and just trying to deal with that, you know.
Swarm them!
Oh god, there's so many of them. I need to be careful. Oh god, I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. No, 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 no. Line of sight, line of sight. Hide, hide, hide as much as I can. Heal. Jump. Ugh. Scary. Scary shit right there. There's a shaman there. This guy. Boom. I leveled up. Did I get some attributes? I did not get any attributes. That's okay. But I got more health. Ugh. I gotta run. Ooh. Okay, the last shaman is deceptively on the outside. Oh, run. Okay. There he is. Oh god. He's used together with a berserker.
My spirit endures.
Boom. Boom, bitch. Whew. All right, level 13. We're almost level 15, so we don't need to do that much more to get to 15. So I'm gonna just kind of go straight towards Snowden Drifts now. Do a couple things on the way. A lot of the waypoints and stuff are gonna give me a lot of experience points. Yeah, playing it at, how many frames do I get right now? I'm getting 135, 100 and something. It's a smooth experience. It's really, really nice. It's something that really makes the game feel a lot better to play. It doesn't really translate. I can see it. It doesn't translate on your guys' screen, but it feels really good. From what I can tell. I don't know. I can't really. Maybe you guys see it a little bit. All right, here. I want to get the waypoint there. I just want to get to the point where I'm close to just being able to exit the map and go to Snowden Drifts. And then I'm gonna end it for today. I think I'm gonna level to level 15. So do a couple more hearts, defeat some enemies, do that type of stuff, and then go to Snowden Drifts, and we're gonna end for today. So, and it will be good to drop off. I want to do some Guild Wars 1. I don't know if I'm going to do that tomorrow. Might be Wednesday. We might do that on Wednesday. I'm not doing these. I hate, because they cripple and they bleed, and when you have multiple of them, the bleeding is going to kill me. So I'm going to avoid that. I need to be more selective. As I get, the higher level I am, the more selective I need to be about the people that I attack, the enemies that I attack or whatever. Right now I get to make the mistake of like, oh yeah, I'm running into the destroyer cave, la 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 la, right? Like stuff like that is gonna become more and more apparent. You gotta really figure out what enemy does what and how much damage everyone does. What the abilities are, right? Like the burning from the destroyers was really bad because it's a damage over time. It doesn't matter if I can, you know, dodge an attack or not. There's bound to be an attack that gets me, you know? Stuff like that. It's just gonna be really rough. Can I do that event that I just saw on the way? I love that I'm the only person on this map. It is such a weird feeling. It makes the game so different. That's Spaniards? So much damage, holy crap. It is level 15, so it is 2 levels above me, so maybe I'll avoid it for now. I've ran straight to the higher level areas, so now I'm kind of back to the old level stuff. Okay, we can probably do that. I'm attacking this guy. He would have attacked me anyways, so. Boom. Boom. Goodbye. Okay,
Pack of wolf is filled with sniveling runts. Tremble before Jormag's might.
Okay, is this person fight? What are they doing? I want to see how strong this guy is. We're both the same level, but I have a helper.
The flocks of Raven
I'm not the only person on this map.
are slow, stupid, and weak.
That's crazy.
Praise Jormag.
I haven't seen any other players in so long. This person must be the only one left on the map with me. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh god. Bro. Another profession that I think is going to be really good is going to be Revenant, because you get the mace, and the mace inflicting torment. Like that's really good. So alright, I'm gonna revive. Everyone's gonna be revived, so I'm gonna get credit for that. Yeah, it's gonna feel really good. I always get too close, so I can't see what I'm doing. I don't know if there's a way. Okay, so I'll probably get credit for that. I'm gonna see, can I do this event up here with level 12? Let's see. Let's see how strong these guys are. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I did level up. So that's nice. And I get primary attributes, 10 to all of them. Nice. That is fantastic. So I can help her with this. So a higher level is going to give me a bunch of... It gives me attribute points, so that'll be nice. Oh god.
Keep these thugs off me. I need all my skill to bring back Jordan. Get them away from me. I can't kill them all with a chisel.
I can't kill them all with the chisel. You're using a sword and a hammer. You're not even using a chisel. You're level 14. I just realized that. Stop. In the oh, there's another person up there. Great. And from the other side. Okay. We're gonna die to the bleed.
These thugs off me.
Yes,
I
I'm
need
getting
all
the
my
thugs
skill to
off
bring
of
back
you.
Jordan.
Jesus.
Over already?
Over already? What do you mean? Alright, do it. Fix it. Alright, cool. So then we're gonna get the waypoint. I could probably go in the dredge cave too. Oh, I got kicked out of the map finally. There was a timer that was not visible to me. Alright, I got kicked out of the map, you guys. It was too good to be true. Well, it was true, but I mean, it was too good to last. There you go. Oh, I'm not getting experience. Come, die over here, please. I can gain experience points for that. Oh, come on. Oh, whatever. Oh, I guess that did work. Okay, boom, done. This one is going to be probably pretty quick, because these guys aren't that tough. They're tough in like big groups and stuff, and someone has been here. I can see that. Open up. Oop. Prevent. Yeah, attack. Now you're fighting back. This is great. Goodbye. I guess I'm gonna go down. Yeah. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, pow. Yeah. Ow. Just gonna make my way slowly out of the cave here. All I want is that little bit of experience. Oop. Let's get that turret. The turret. We're getting the turret. Goodbye. Alright, cool. Perfect. So we did that. We're over halfway to level 15 now. I think I'm gonna just kind of try to defeat as many enemies as I can on my way up there. Because I think all of these are gonna give me a lot of experience points. So, maybe that veteran ram even. Bam. Strong one for sure. Oh, wow, that was close. All right, veterans are tough. I've realized that the jump from like a regular enemy to a veteran enemy is huge. That is one thing I've really realized with this challenge. So I will try to avoid them in the future, like as I get to higher levels. Early on it's still okay, but yeah, later on I want to avoid them. I want to just fight regular enemies. God knows I can't do elite or champions. That is never gonna happen. Never, ever, ever gonna happen. Bam. Yeah, I'm not that pine soul. Not doing it. It's not happening. That's gonna crush me so hard. Hey, floaty guy. Where are you floating to? Now the experience gain has really slowed down a lot. Alright, I'm gonna do... I should go into this area, and the heart there should give me enough experience points. I like to think. to get into... There we go. I just need to get in the range. You know what's... The one thing that'll be really hard will be the squishier classes. The ones that have way less health, right? That's where the problem was gonna come in. I think that's gonna be really tough. I think the easiest two classes will probably be Ranger and Necro, just because Ranger has a tank that they can use their pet, and the Necro has a shroud. And I have not this like I guess part of the challenge could be to not use profession mechanics, but for now I'm not making that a clause. That is not. I'm just gonna kind of, maybe eventually that'll be part of it once I'm like really good at it. Oh, I could get that Vista too. The Vista will give me a little bit of experience points. But yeah, I like the idea of playing this in first person. It makes it feel like a little bit of a different game, you know? Whoa. Oh, viewing vistas. Okay, experience points. Perfect. Nice. Awesome. And we get some... Oh, God. Alright, so off we go to map 2. And I'm going to end the stream here. So, as we walk, I will do my regular... Thank you guys for watching. Lemon Moth and Amortius. Really appreciate the Prime subs. Means a lot for me for people to do that, you know. It's one of the things where I'm like, you know, I said this earlier, but yeah, I really appreciate it. So and thank you everyone that was here watching. I will be back. I will probably be streaming the next few days, so usually in the evening I stream. If you guys are interested in more stuff, if you guys are watching on Twitch, for example, I do have a YouTube channel where I put a bunch of videos out. I have some shorts, I have some videos, some theories, whatever. And if you want to support the channel, memberships are available on YouTube, and subscriptions are available on Twitch. And there's also, I have referral links in Twitch. In the About section, you will see my referral links. So if you're looking to create a new character or a new account, or you're looking to buy any of the expansions, make sure to use my referral link. And yeah, and we have a Discord. Talked about that a little bit. You know, we just hang out in Discord if you guys want to join Discord. And yeah, so that's gonna be it pretty much. So thank you guys for watching, and like I said, I'll probably be back tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna be Guild Wars 1 or if it's gonna be something different. Like maybe I'll want to play something different tomorrow. Who knows? We'll kind of see. But I do want to continue this challenge. So this challenge run, because I feel like we're kind of getting to a rule set now that actually makes a lot of sense and actually works really well. So I want to kind of continue that. But thank you guys for watching, and